ship where stars doth roam, he sails through glittering night, with a cold heart yet alone. Against the dark he fights. Jolly Roger overhead, compass made of ancient lore. He seeks treasure never dead, truth hidden in the core. Golden heart, oh fearless guide, through the fog he cuts so bold. Sea and sky this pirate rides, with a heart spun out of gold. Sirens sing their haunting song, galaxies in waves unfold. Deep in caverns dark and long, jewels and secrets hold. Knots drawn in celestial link lead to worlds unknown and wild. In his chest a portal leads, dreams and stars of a child. Golden heart, oh fearless guide, through the fog he cuts so bold. Sea and sky this pirate rides, with a heart spun out of gold.
Greetings and salutations, friends. Welcome to another glorious day here at the Tango Hotel. How are you, my dudes? KO Joker, good to see you boys this morning. We are relatively on time. I actually got everything done this morning except for one thing that I'm about to do here in just 1 second. But, yeah, apologize. I was trying to get, basically, I try to sort articles so that we can go over some things, and I'm just really not finding stuff I really want to talk about. So I'm just going to bullshit, and then we'll move on. My dudes, my bros, my homies, if you would please join me in today, the most glorious of days, because today we participate together in the kumbaya that has saved the universe countless times. It's called the simultaneous sip, and all you gotta do, my dudes, is grab that cup or mug or glass. Perhaps you have a Tiger chalice or a stein, maybe a canteen, jug, or flask, a vessel of any kind. You fill it with your favorite fluid. I like, that's right, it's the morning coffee. Deliciously, magnificently, Tango Bay, that's right. And join me now, friends, for the gloriousness, the stupendosity, the absolute awesome sauceness that is, and it's happening right freaking now. Go! Oh, that's some good coffee. Oh my God, that is the first sip too. It's so distracted by what I'm doing that I don't even know what's going on. And this is great. I just wanted to open the stream with this because this is funny as shit. So we're gonna watch this. As a person with who has lost his hearing, I appreciate this.
Everyone, for tonight, this has been such an amazing week. Thank you, Lord. Thank you for the amazing cast. Thank you, guys. This is so wonderful. Have a great day. Thank you.
Yes, indeed, boys. Yes, indeed. Okay, so moving on. You hush. You hush. Away. Okay. I got two bots in front of me, and they wanna do a thing. Okay, so one of the first things I want to talk about is this. The biggest threat to nuclear energy is ignorant fear-mongering. This is 100% something I have seen for a very, very long time. Ever since I was in the Navy, and I actually started to learn about nuclear power more than I knew originally. Like, I know how nuclear power plants work now, right? I know how a nuclear reactor works now. It's not really that complicated. If you really want to know, I could explain it, but I'm not going to be drawing any fucking technical diagrams on stream. Has to. Because none of that's necessary for what we're talking about. But essentially what it is that just a giant pot of nuclear material being transported to one of the most dangerous roads in the U.S. Yep, that's exactly what it is. It's a giant pot, nuclear material. Most likely nuclear fuel, as most waste is not transported anymore. It's usually kept on site in water tanks so that they can. Some sites use the latent heat to do certain things with, like to preheat water and all that stuff. Others just use it for storage. Basically, the whole storage of nuclear waste problem was solved over like 2 decades because no state wanted to have a giant repository of nuclear waste in their state. Which is, I don't know why, it's one of the best ways to make fucking money from the United States government. You could literally just cut a check to every fucking citizen, right? Like, I think it was Arizona had it, and they built it inside of a mountain. Like, it was going to be one of the best things ever for us to do this. But the logistics of transporting all the nuclear waste on trains, nobody likes nuclear waste. Nobody wants that transported on trains, you know, because sometimes trains derail. But the one thing they forgot that almost nobody ever talks about is that they don't transport nuclear waste in the same kind of way that they transport other things. Or nuclear material at all, period. What I mean by that is you're not going to have these giant rail cars that are like gasoline tanks full of like nuclear waste that's like liquid. Or giant cargo containers full of nuclear waste that's solid. Or, you know, in just the regular cargo containers. They're going to be in something like this. And if you're wondering how they test these, they crash trains and rocket sleds into them. Not only does it prevent almost all radiation leakage, or more to the point, or excuse me, more specifically, it attenuates about 99% of all the radiation that comes out of it. For the layman, that means it blocks it. And it is built so that it will not crack. I think they test them. They also test them by dropping them from an extreme height. Not when they have nuclear material in them, obviously, but I'm talking about when they built them. This is how they used to test. This is what they used to test them. Will it survive a train wreck? And the answer is yes. It will survive the most ridiculous train wreck you've ever fucking seen. Like I said, they crash rocket sleds into them. They drop them from extreme heights. These things are manufactured to survive things that we do not manufacture anything else to survive. And the reason is because of how dangerous it is. See, this is what happens when you understand dangerous things, is that you build correctly for the dangerous thing. Right? This is what we've done with nuclear power. We understand how dangerous it is. So we prepare for that. And so if you know how dangerous something is, like fire, right? Fire is very dangerous, especially when you're living in the bush. But, so you know how dangerous it is. So what do? You take precautions. You take enough precautions to ensure that 99.9999999 to infinity times that you use the damn thing, it will not result in your death or the immediate death of everyone around you. And this kind of thinking is what got us into the situation that we're in now with all the climate change and all that other stuff. Because if we had allowed nuclear power to progress properly and we built our grid, a lot more of our grid on nuclear power, we would not be having the same talk about climate change. One would assume that even more cars would be electric, because the electricity prices would be relatively cheaper compared to what they are now, based on the fact that nuclear power is it's a more steady form of well, no, that's not. I don't want to say something that's super inaccurate. It is the here's a meme that pretty much fucking nuclear power is the safest, cleanest way to make electricity. Boom. Yes. Is a disaster waiting to happen. Yes. So is a coal-fired power plant. Right? Nuclear power is a disaster waiting to happen. So is a solar plant. Right? It depends on what you're doing and how dangerous it is. Many of these solar plants are fucking death rays, right? They kill birds, they destroy the environment, right? Same with windmills. You have to, they fuck with birds. If you put them in the ocean, apparently they fuck with sea life too. So the whole point of this is that the reason we are doing those things like solar and wind is because we're afraid of this right here. And the reason we're afraid of this is because people who are ignorant made us afraid of them. The same way that so many people who are ignorant are making people afraid of vaccines. The way that people are so many ignorant people are making people afraid of genetically modified organisms, GMOs. The problem, like, for instance, my problem with GMOs is not that GMOs exist. My problem with GMOs is many of them are literally made so that the plant in question can resist pesticides more. So that they can spray more pesticides on them to keep the bugs off them and it won't hurt the plant. That's my problem. And the problem is not the GMO itself. It's the fact that they're spraying massive amounts of these fucking horrible fucking chemicals on them. And they make them genetically resistant to these chemicals so that the plant's not hurt and they can be sold. I don't like buying shit with lots of pesticides on it. But genetically modified organisms that are designed to survive better in certain climates or grow more or produce more of the thing you like is something that we've been doing since we started agriculture. What's up, Agonab? How you doing, buddy? The bananas do not look like bananas look like today. Apples do not look like apples do today. Almost none of our common food staples that we eat this day look the way they did 12,000 years ago, 15,000 years ago when we started picking up agriculture, mainlining that shit. Wheat is another one. That's the basic. I'm barely alive. I haven't seen a single cat on my morning walk. No! We can't have that. We can't have that. Do you hear me? We cannot have it. All right, so. And it's basically, and for me, it's a basic fear of the unknown when you know something is dangerous, but you don't understand it and therefore fear it irrationally rather than fearing it rationally. See, I don't have an irrational fear of nuclear power. I have completely and utterly rational fears of nuclear power. I will fucking go to bat on this. Every fear that I have of nuclear power is 100% rational and based on my understanding of how nuclear power works. Simple. So when I turn around and go, we should have nuclear power plants fucking everywhere. And the thing about it is that nuclear power is even safer than it was back when these motherfuckers were kicking around screaming about how nuclear power is a disaster waiting to happen. Yes, any human endeavor is a disaster waiting to happen. Not like Chernobyl, so fair enough. And to be fair to the people who are afraid, I do understand why they are afraid. My problem is that the government and the actual people who are supposed to be smart in our government did not do an adequate job of explaining this bullshit to the public. And it's just like with the stuff with climate change. The reason there's so much screaming back and forth in the public domain about climate change is because neither people who are on the alarmist side understand what the fuck they're talking about, and the vast majority of people on the fucking people who don't believe in climate change don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And the reason I say that is because almost none of the people that are screaming about this shit are scientists and or understand the issue, right? You see it play out time and time again in these TV interviews where you have somebody who's slightly more knowledgeable than the other able to BTFO them simply because they can bring up a point that the other person can't contend. And the reason the other person can't contend it is either because they're ignorant or they're just fucking stupid and or so incompetent that they do understand the problem but are unable to articulate it in a way that they should be able to, especially in front of the public, right? I met two cats at once, neither of them let me pet them. Damn. That is a faux shame. Faux shame. How dare they? How dare they? I press the button and my monitor goes out. Hang on a second. We gotta do this bullshit again. It didn't do this all day after the stream. It's only when I'm streaming that it does this. Ugh. I bet. It's the freaking adapter. Yeah. Come on, dude. Yeah, that's me beeping. Hang on, I'll be right back. Oh god, this is really tough life I'm living with. That's you. For some reason, it keeps losing signal, and I don't know why. But of course, unplugging it and plugging it back up always fixes it. But it requires me to, like, dig under my desk. No idea what's going on. Anyway, so, like I said, with just the inability for people who, especially the people who advocate for climate change, advocate for policies to fix climate change, absolutely do not understand what they're talking about. And when you start to understand the problem that we are facing, you understand that the vast majority of people who talk about it, especially politicians, don't understand it at all. And the reason is because, okay, I'll go through this again. An example I can give is one time I was watching Sky News and they were having one of these debates between somebody who is I believe they were a physicist, not a climate scientist, but a physicist, and somebody who was part of the fucking Australian government were having a debate. And the person from the Australian government was the person who was advocating that we need to literally stop using fossil fuels because we're gonna bake the earth. And you know, the other guy was on the skeptical side. And essentially, he kept asking her about how much of the atmosphere is CO2. He kept asking her that question. And the reason is because if a normal person hears how much of the atmosphere is actually made up of CO2, and then you tell them that putting more of that number into the atmosphere is going to burn up the planet, they're not going to believe you. So it's a good persuasion technique because of people don't know how to do math in their head. A lot of people don't understand percentages or math or things like that. So what that means is that CO2 is like, is it 4% of the atmosphere? I don't want to get this wrong. I think it's 4%. Excuse me. Apologies. It's 0.04% of the Earth's atmosphere is carbon dioxide. So, let me say that again. Out of 100% of the Earth's atmosphere, 70% of it being nitrogen, was that like 20-something% being oxygen, 0.04% of the Earth's atmosphere is CO2. So you can understand why, if you were to say this to laymen, they're just like, well, if it's so small, why the fuck does it matter? Well, CO2 is a secondary greenhouse gas. And what that means is that, at least according to the greenhouse gas hypothesis, is that CO2 will cover the planet like a blanket, trapping more radiative heat that is reflected from the Earth's surface from escaping into space. And so what this will do is it will slowly heat up the Earth the more CO2 is in the atmosphere. Now, there is a curve of diminishing returns, but that doesn't mean it still won't continue to heat up. It just means that you add less heat per amount of CO2. So once you're already at saturation point, adding more CO2 won't really increase the rate of heating hardly at all. That's kind of what it is, right? Like in a video game where you've got diminishing returns on an ability, right? Where you can't keep stunning these people over and over again. Eventually, they'll become immune to it kind of deal. It's kind of like that, except different. It basically stops heating up. But the reason that the theory is so pervasive, or the hypothesis is so pervasive, is because what happens is that once CO2 reaches a certain amount, once it starts heating up a certain amount, it starts putting more water vapor into the atmosphere because it heats up the Earth, which heats up the oceans, which means more water evaporates, right? Okay. And the more water that evaporates, it goes into the atmosphere. Water vapor is a primary greenhouse gas, which means it is significantly better at trapping greenhouse gases than, it is significantly better at trapping heat as a greenhouse gas than CO2 is. So, ergo, the hypothesis is we increase CO2, CO2 heats up the planet, which in turn creates more water vapor, which heats up the planet even more, creating a negative feedback loop that continuously heats up the planet. Until the point where either it destroys our biosphere, destroys most of the plants and animal life on the planet, or completely bakes us like Venus, which is absolutely retarded, by the way. Venus was not... let me just put it to you like this. Even if Venus was a more Earth-like planet back in the day, and greenhouse gases are in fact the reason that Venus is the way it is, it heated up because of all the CO2 in the atmosphere, there is no fucking way we would know that. I just want to state this for the record. Based on what Venus looks like today, there is no way you would actually fucking understand this, right? There's no connection between the two. Venus's atmosphere is almost completely carbon dioxide, like 98%. And it's hundreds, if not thousands of times more thick than our atmosphere, right? So one of the reasons why it's so hot on the surface is because of of what's called the heat of compression. So as you compress something, it heats up. That's one of the reasons why the atmosphere is so hot, is there's so much shit on top of it pushing down, it's creating lots of heat. Once you get up to about 20 miles in the atmosphere, you're at about 1 atmospheric pressure, right? So like Earth standard atmospheric pressure. Well, at Earth standard atmospheric pressure on Venus, it's about average 100 degrees. So is it hotter than the Earth? Yes, but it's also significantly closer to the sun. And its atmosphere is completely filled with CO2. So the fact that it's only an average of 100 degrees, while what the average temperature on Earth, or the Earth's temperature is like what, 80 or something, right? I'm quite sure that Venus didn't have coal power plants. No, that's not the contention. The contention is the atmosphere is full of CO2. The basically a lot of people, including Neil deGrasse Tyson on Seth MacFarlane's fucking Cosmos-like show, said that Venus is the way it is because of runaway greenhouse gas effect. And the thing about it is that even if that were the case, there's no way we would know that. That is a supposition based on the flimsiest of fucking evidence and data that it's ridiculous. It's basically, they're basically using it as a persuasion technique and not an actual like scientific statement of fact, but they're stating it as if it were a scientific statement of fact on a show where a physicist is basically saying that he is stating facts. And it still continues to this fucking day to bother me. Oh boy. Okay. Because it's like there's so many, like we have all these models and theories about how the solar system and the universe works, but they're not correct. And we know they're not correct because there are outliers. There are things about these systems we cannot explain. So we know our models are not correct. They're just sort of correct. And eventually one day we'll get enough data to make the models correct. Just like the sun having a corona that's hotter than the surface basically makes the current the current sun model irrelevant. Because if it is a giant nuclear power plant in the center, then it radiates heat outwards. So if it's a giant nuclear power plant that radiates heat outwards, how the fuck can the corona be hotter than the surface? Like that does not, you cannot square that circle unless there's some other mechanism going on that we don't understand, which means the model is incorrect, right? Just like the same with the formation of the solar system and how comets have all basically been rocky bodies and almost none of them we've seen any ice on. So they went from the fully ice ball model to the dirty ice ball model, and we're slowly being drugged into the, well, maybe most comets aren't actually any of this bullshit. We don't see any ice on these motherfuckers. So what I'm saying is that there's so much there. I'm pretty sure this has always been the case, but it's even more pervasive now, where one of the reasons why the basic population doesn't understand science is twofold. It's scientists' inability to communicate science and journalists' ability to make every fucking thing that is discovered about science some type of fucking, like, either catastrophe, some amazing event, or some great discovery on par with relativity, because they have to sensationalize everything to be able to get clicks and eyeballs, right? And they've been doing this forever. Scientific America did it too, man, and it really made me mad when they started. And this was back when I was a kid, when they were doing the same shit with climate change. I've described the article that I've talked about so many times. I might want to go back and read it one day. But it was just because the thing about it is that it was just how I felt that the article was like. It was not showing any of the science. They were basically discussing hypothetical models that they had made about what would happen if the ice caps were to melt. And so they basically presupposed that climate change was going to fucking melt the ice caps, rather than discussing the science behind how that was going to happen, what the mechanisms were, what the risk profile. No, it was basically a fluff piece about how Florida was going to flood, and looking at the topographical information about how that was going to happen and why it was all going to be blamed, and why we were going to blame it on climate change. Or more specifically, how climate change was to blame, or global warming as it was at the time. And so it's the same mechanism where people are so hysterical about climate change as the reason they're so hysterically afraid of nuclear power. It's the same thing. It's people who don't understand these things basically spreading misinformation on top of a scientifically illiterate population with politicians who will lie through their fucking teeth to fearmonger for stupid shit because it'll give them some kind of political win, right? Well, the other faction's promoting it. Well, let's create a fear campaign to fucking shut it down, and that way they'll lose the election, right? That kind of thing. Now, I'm not really sure about any of this stuff if that's exactly what happened with nuclear power. I'm assuming, based on how humans work and how we know politics works, that some of this is true. Simply because humans are going to human, right? So the best predictor of human behavior is past human behavior, and if we look at the past, we can see how humans behaved, and so ergo, you could probably predict in general over the course of time how in general an entire population is going to act, with certain caveats, right? And so now we're at a precipice. We have these people who are saying we need to give up fossil fuels. But they want to, the only option for them in their minds is solar and wind. And solar and wind are not going to be able to replace our current electric grid. They're just not. The technology's not there. The infrastructure's not there. And in some, battery technology's not there. In some places, the sun doesn't shine. In some places, the wind doesn't blow. And in places where the wind does blow, it doesn't blow all the time. And in places where there's a lot of sunshine, well, the sun doesn't shine all the time. And it's not just at night. We're talking like extreme cloud cover. Maybe, rain and weather events will obviously prevent, will lower solar panel efficiency. And especially if your solar plant is not the electronic versions that convert sunlight directly into electricity. If you've actually got a solar power plant where it uses where it uses mirrors to concentrate the sun's power into a singular point in a tower, and then that light is then beamed down into the power plant where it's used to heat oil. That type of solar power plant literally will not function if the sun is not shining directly on it. Whereas the electronic ones just lose efficiency, right? And so we can either deindustrialize our entire civilization to combat climate change, which, if say the United States the United States and Europe did that, it wouldn't save the world. Even if climate change were doing all the things that they said it was going to do, it still wouldn't save the world. Because China's not going to do it, India's not going to do it, Russia's not going to do it. Right? And India and China have the biggest populations on the planet. Do you really think they are not going to build as many coal fucking fired power plants as they can to give their people electricity? The people that vote for them, so that they can give them more food, so they can give them the prosperity that the United States and Europe have had for the last 100 years? Like, what are we talking about here? Of course they are. They don't give like peasants in fucking China and peasants in fucking India don't give a single fuck about climate change, dude. And the politicians they vote for don't either, because the constituents don't. So if you want India and you want China to get off of fossil fuels, then you need to make a better form of power production that will allow them to do so and still achieve the same goal. You're talking about industrializing civilizations at this point. Like, they need to build these things to raise their populations out of extreme poverty. And the best way to do that is with energy production. Because the more energy you have, the more things you can do, right? It's as simple as like having a continuous light source when the sun goes down allows you to do more things than if you had to use light sources that were done with fire, right? It leads to better health outcomes. The light is better, so there's all kinds of like ancillary little shit that just goes off that forks off from it that are simply beneficial, like the ability to study at night and be able to read at night without destroying your eyeballs or having a fire near you or something like that, right? And so out of all of this, nuclear power is the way to go. And the best part is that it does look like we are very, very close to getting fusion, which will be even better. And you know what the funny thing is? Fusion is even more dangerous. But everybody wants fusion, right? Everybody wants fusion. Nobody wants fission. But fusion is more dangerous. To be fair, it's because they don't understand. The nuclear disaster stuff for most power plants, the problem that a lot of people have is what happens if the reactor melts down? Well, we have a plan for that. It's the same thing that happened with 3 Mile Island. How many people died during that 3 Mile Island thing? 3. And they were all nuclear workers. Yep. Do you know why? Because we're smart. That's why. They built the plant specifically in mind for that type of disaster. And so when it happened, they had a battle plan ready to go, and they did it, and it worked. Yeah, that's why it could be safe. And even in today, modern plants are even better, right? You got to remember that the vast majority of power plants that we have in the United States and around the world, really, with the exception of places that are building new ones like France and such, a lot of the power plants were built before we had computers to build them. So they were made with literal dudes drawing with slide rules and shit. Yeah, old school tools. Whipping out the fucking abacus in this motherfucker, right? And so now we can fully design power plants in computers and run simulations on how they'll run. Now, obviously, simulations aren't real life, but you can get damn close because, as one might understand, the laws of thermodynamics are quite clear, right? And we can program those into a simulation so that we can literally test how these things are going to function. And then once you build them, you've already back in the day, you got to think about it. When you build a new reactor, you've never even tested it. It's going to be a new thing, even if it is a design that you've already done before. Well, now you can run thousands, hundreds of thousands, potentially millions of simulations of a single reactor type and then iterate that across multiple plants with computer simulations. And it's getting even better than it used to be. And not only that, the plants are better designed, not just because we use computers, but because we have knowledge from the past about how to build these things. Like for instance, the first nuclear submarine, when it was called a certain type of power plant. I think it was called S5W. That was the name of it. Of the type of the plant, not the submarine, the plant. The nuclear power plant inside the submarine. They all have weird little names. And it was basically the worst monstrosity you've ever fucking seen of like techno punk valves everywhere, right? Like there's valves just coming out of every place because they didn't really know what the fuck they were doing, and they were just kind of fucking rolling with it. They were just fucking shooting out of the seat of their pants. Now, obviously, we're talking about engineers and scientists who are very intelligent and know what the fuck they're doing. So when they're shooting from their hips and they're doing all this stuff, it's much better planned. But the reason I say this is because they didn't have a lot of the design principles that we do today, because they didn't have the giant shoulders to stand on. We stand upon their shoulders, so we know how to make plants more efficient. We know where to better place valves and coolant systems and all these other things, so that plants are far more efficient and we're far more able to control them without having fucking valves coming out of every fucking orifice all around you. Like it's absolutely crazy. And even on the plant that I was on a submarine, it still had a few places where we got to put this valve here, but it's kind of a tight space. So we're just gonna like run it up the side of the ceiling, come down, and it's gonna be directly above your head, and that kind of stuff, right? Where it's like, why wouldn't you just like line them up all nice and neat? And it's like most of the stuff is that way, but there's still some things that aren't. And with the modern way we design things, we can make them far more efficient than these older ones used to be, literally because we are standing upon their shoulders, and all of the mistakes that they made and all the things that they learned, we learned them, right? So if a nuclear power plant were to have a meltdown, most of them have like a cavern built out below them where the nuclear reactor can literally just be dropped in and you bury it in concrete. And the thing is lined with like concrete and lead, and filled with water, right? So it's twofold. It's I think they use a method to lead infuse concrete. I think that's what they do. I'm not really sure. Don't hold me to that. That may be some fanciful new tech that I heard of that never got developed, so forgive me. But literally, you could just have a lead lining outside of on concrete. Like, it's not that fucking hard, right? Just plates like that thick. Lead's very good at attenuating radiation. And on top of that, you fill the goddamn thing full of water. So the reactor drops in because it's melting down. Uncontrolled, can't fuck it. This reactor's fucking done. They drop it in the fucking hole, which is usually really fucking deep, and then they will fill it with water to cool it and cap it, right? And potentially they'll pour cement over it once it's cooled down enough to where they can do that. But basically, it's a casket that will hold the reactor so that while it melts down, it will just simmer in this fucking pot and it won't go nowhere. And that's the basic safety mechanism, and it absolutely 100% works, hands down. Like, the reactor's not gonna heat up so much that's gonna be able to melt through the fucking Earth's crust and like go to the core and explode or some dumb shit like that, right? That is fanciful at the very least. And even if it were hot enough to do that, it would only get so far before it would literally just stop, because it would lose all of its heat to the rock around it, right? Like, I'm obviously, you know, that's very, very fanciful kind of thing, and that's what that's the casket thing is. That's what it's supposed to prevent. So, the funny thing is, aboard submarines, there is no reactor eject button. You cannot get rid of the reactor. There is a system designed to emergency cool it on some nuclear power plants, where you use seawater and you dump it directly into the reactor because you have no other choice. Which, by the way, seawater is very bad for reactors. Don't ever do that unless you absolutely have to. Which is one of those things where it's like, well, the reactor's already fucked up. Dump seawater on it because it'll keep it cold. It'll keep it cold. Especially when you're, cruising around the Arctic and shit, right? And a lot of the fear comes from things like radiation. But the funny thing is that radiation is not the main issue when it comes to nuclear power plants, especially fission power plants. It's the waste and the contamination of like local water supplies. And it's like the fear mongering is absolutely insane, because I definitely remember reading this article when the climate change debate really took off during Trump's first run for president, when he started calling it a fucking scam, and I'm just like, oh my, a hoax, and I'm just like, I mean, the thing about it is he's not wrong, right? They're like Russia and China. You better believe that they are using state-sponsored programs to make the West not use fossil fuels and to switch over to solar and electric, and for a giant portion of the to get a portion of the population to completely resist being energy independent and all that stuff. I guarantee you they are absolutely doing that, because if I were them, that's what I would be doing. I would be agitating. I would be paying for agitation in your country to make you get off fossil fuels, because if I can make you switch from fossil fuels, then you're weak, and then I can BTFO you. Yeah, that's what I would do. And so I'm assuming that China and Russia, some of our greatest frenemies we've ever had, are absolutely going to fuck us in the ass when it comes to this stuff. So when he says it's a hoax, he's right on one hand, because there are people who are doing that. But on the other, it's like, it's not really. There is a problem, but it's just not as bad as they say it is. And that could also be part of the like hoax thing. Not that he fucking knows that. Trump, I mean. Not that Trump knows that. I think he just sees it as a ploy from China and Russia to get us from stop buying things. And we know this happened, right? We actually know this happened, because wasn't Russian propagandists caught in Europe, in Germany specifically, agitating for them to get off fossil fuels? Weren't they funded? Weren't a bunch of these green motherfuckers funded by Russia to get them to do this? And don't get me wrong, I 100% was on board with Greenpeace's original mission to prevent nuclear proliferation. I'm 100% cool with that. Nukes are very dangerous. This is 100% true. But going from nukes are very dangerous to we shouldn't use nukes at all and nuclear power is the devil is way too far. Way too far for me. And it is one of these things where it's like, well, we kind of fucked ourselves because we haven't been building nuclear power plants for a long time, and so it's going to take a while to catch up. But it might not take as long as you think, because modern nuclear power design, we may be able to build small modular nuclear reactors where we can continuously just keep expanding current power plants that we if we build them today. It'll still take a long time, but it won't take as long as you think it would, right? Especially because we know what we're doing, and if we can get it done. A lot of the problem is the red tape. A lot of the problem is nobody wants to live next to a power plant but people who understand it. I have no problems living next to a nuclear power plant at all. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm going to buy my own radiometer, because why would you not? Duh. I don't trust people 100%. I trust the science 100%. Especially when it comes to nuclear power, because that shit doesn't lie. Not like that. And this kind of bullshit right here, and the misinformation around it, is why we're in the situation we're in right now, where we are still wanting to drill baby drill. Like, the Trumpolophagus would not be able to say drill baby drill and it be as big of a thing if we had nuclear power plants all over the country pumping out tons of power and lowering your electric bill to the point where it's like, well, my electric bill's so low, why don't I just get an electric car and throw this gasoline motherfucker out the way, and I could just charge that sumbitch? Because for the vast majority of Americans, an electric, the current state of electric car batteries should be more than enough for you for your day-to-day travels. Now, that's not true for everybody, right? Everybody's different, but it's true for the vast majority of people. Like for me, like when I was in the Navy, it was different because I had to drive cross country a lot to visit people because I don't like flying. Not because I don't like flying itself. I absolutely love flying. I hate the TSA, and I wish that organization would burn in hell. If hell exists, because that's where they need to go. I'm not a big fan at all. I don't like being groped to get on a fucking plane. When some asshole could just bring a fucking shoe bomb and he just forgot his lighter. Oh my god, dude. Anyway, what the fuck was I even talking about? I know I was talking about nuclear power, but I lost my spot. It was the fear mongering around it has really made us less competitive. Like, this is something that we should have been doing the entire time. But pearl clutching assholes and ignorance has led us to the point where we cannot. And it's so fucking sad. It's so sad. Oh, I was talking about electric cars, yeah. Yeah, for the vast majority of Americans, and even myself today, an electric car is exactly the kind of thing I need, because it would be cheaper. Because here's the thing, right? If you because I drive so little compared to the way I used to drive, most people don't understand that gasoline is not something that lasts forever. Gasoline starts breaking down as soon as you make it, slowly at first. But after a few months, it'll basically turn to sludge in your gas tank. So if you leave a car to sit for a year, you probably need to drain the tank. Unless you've put some type of detergent that is designed to make the thing more stable inside in the fuel, it will degrade over time. And so when you see these people starting up some post-apocalyptic car after 30 years, right, and it's apparently got like a half a tank of gas, well, that gas is essentially just decomposed sludge at this point, right? It breaks down relatively easily. And so for me, it's actually a waste of gas. Like, I really do wish I had an electric motorcycle. I would probably ride my motorcycle more. All right, I'm getting too hot. I gotta put my shirt on. Oh yeah, I am big disappointed with a lot of stuff like this, because it's and you know what the really funny thing is that you see the same type of people who are screaming about, you know, oh, I believe the science, you know, climate change, I believe the science, and then they turn around and say shit like this. And it's like, that's what you call scientism. That's someone who believes the science because some fucking asshole in a lab coat or a tie told them that the science was settled. And then you have the other side of the problem, where ignoramuses on the other side of the argument, who don't know what science being settled means, are screaming, the science is never settled. The science is never settled. It's like, yes. Science is never settled. Just like I was talking about with our models of the sun, with our models of the solar system's creation, our models of the fucking moon, and our models of the fucking earth. They're all wrong. And we know they're wrong because there are mysteries still left to discover. There's anomalies that we cannot explain with our models. Therefore, ergo, the models are wrong. But they are the best thing we have. They're a starting point. That doesn't mean they're completely wrong. That just means they're somewhat or mostly wrong. But you have to start somewhere, and that's the whole thing. It's why I don't give like the Big Bang hypothesis overly much shit, even though I think it's incorrect. Well, I know it's incorrect. Or excuse me, I know it's wrong. That doesn't mean it's incorrect, but I know it's wrong. We just don't know how wrong and in what ways yet, right? Because there are so many things in the universe that the Big Bang hypothesis cannot explain. And we discover more and more each year. And this is what's causing a crisis in cosmology. And you see and people see stuff like this, and with all, especially with the COVID stuff, and then they start saying, "Oh, the experts can't be trusted. The experts can't be trusted," and it's like, oh man, like everybody's learning the wrong lessons from this. And it's that, no, experts are human. Experts are human. So, you remember yesterday we were playing Resurgence, and Wilson threw the rock on the bridge. Trust but verify. That's what you have to do. Yes, experts are needed because, like, technically, if I were still running a nuclear power plant, I would consider myself an expert specifically on that nuclear power plant, right? Because if you work with it every day and you read the manuals every day and you understand how the goddamn thing works and you're literally doing the things to make it work every single day, then you would be an expert, at least on its operation, if not its construction, obviously, right? And so experts are needed. That doesn't mean they can't be wrong. That doesn't mean they can't lie. That doesn't mean they are perfect baby angels who never did nothing wrong. What it means is they're human who have studied a subject and or know a thing so much that one would consider them an authority on that subject. It's not does not mean that experts are useless. It means that some experts are useless, right? Like, how many of you have ever met a car mechanic that was an absolute shit mechanic? Well, guess what? He's supposed to be an expert on how to be a car mechanic. Guess what? They're fucking not, right? We've all seen this. Oh yeah, he's just some dude who says he's a painter and he's gonna come paint your house. Well, you can tell he's not an expert because he fucked it up, right? This is what I'm talking about. Like every day we trust experts on things to do things for us every day, all day. Every time you go someplace to get something done, 9 times out of 10, the person doing it is an expert in that specific thing, right? Because if they weren't an expert in that specific thing, they wouldn't be able to fucking do it. And you can tell how good their expertise is based on their end product. You can judge a person by the fruits of their labor, or by their fruits, I should say. That's a quote from fucking Jesus. And it's very true. So how do you know an expert is a good expert? Well, look at their work. That's all you got to do. If a person says he's an expert woodworker, well, I'm sure he's got a portfolio of shit he's built. Just like an artist who says that I'm a good artist. Well, I'm sure can you show me a bunch of drawings that where you can show me your talent? Of course you can. And so, and in some areas, it's not so easy to verify that you're an expert in something. Obviously, it's easy to verify whether you're a good artist or not because of the things that you could potentially draw, right? Even if it's not something that you're interested in drawing, you can draw a highly technical, like, piece of art to prove that you have artistic talent. Like, if you have it, you have it. That's just as simple as it is. Or you have the ability to do it. In an expert, it's a little bit different because especially when you're talking about things that are like more scientifically based, the only way to verify expertise is to have another expert verify, right? So it's a little bit hard. Luckily, science is also a team sport, just like politics, and so you have people on all sides, on multiple sides, fighting with one another the entire time, calling each other fucking crazy and ludicrous, and your theories and this all. You know how it is. Like, humans are getting human, so they're human. They tend to be more intelligent, but that doesn't make them any less human or any less ape-like. We got to remember this. Scientists are humans too. Putting on a lab coat, just like putting on like preacher vestments, does not make you a better person. It does not. The actions after you do that determine whether or not you're a better person. What post-apocalyptic movies are unrealistic? You're shattering my world. Of course, dude, of course. This is one of the things that I really like. I know people. Here's how it works. You need something for the plot to move forward. But you're too lazy to come up with something realistic, so you just make some shit up. And the problem is that it used to be that it wasn't that big of a deal, right? But now we have the internet. So when you do something really fucking stupid that like defies the laws of physics in a movie, and it's not properly like explained, many people will understand that this is the case by intuition because they've been exposed to it. And it will take them out of the fantastical experience. And this is why I like having that kind of accuracy. Gasoline shouldn't work after 30 years. So if you need a car, find something else. Like, seriously. Like, make it some kind of... It doesn't matter. We don't need to get into that. My whole spiel on this is that it's all of this bullshit is connected. And somebody said, I saw this on Twitter, and It's basically, oh, everybody's getting dumber. We're all getting dumber. And Twitter is just the cesspool where they all congregate. And it's like, no, sir. No, sir. No, 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 no. That's not how it works. Humans are human. We've always been fucking stupid. We've always been idiots. This is the normal way we are. What happens is that you have a few people who are able to create things that make everybody's life better. And these have compounded over the centuries to give us the world we have today. Right? And there are ancillary things like the fact that, you know, the founders based what they wanted our country to be on like Greek democracy and Roman Republic, with Judeo-Christian, you know, everybody is equal before God philosophy kind of mashed together in its own thing. And the reason that how should I put this? The reason that the founders were so smart is not because they did all those things. The reason I think they were so smart is because they understood human nature. They understood that humans are going to human. That if you give a man political power, he will use that political power to oppress and suppress his enemies. And many of them will actually believe they are doing the correct thing. In Germany right now, they are going to ban, the first or second largest fucking party in the entire country because they're fucking racists. Yeah. It's lovely, ain't it? And so they understood human nature. So we're not getting stupid. We've always been this way. The fact that we don't have nuclear power proves it. This is just one point on the graph of evidence that people have always been stupid. They've always been able to be fear-mongered. This is not something new. It's always been this way, right? The facade that we were more intelligent in the past comes from the fact that only the intelligent people were really able to be in media. The intelligent people are the ones that wrote all the books, right? Because they were more likely to be literate. The intelligent people were the ones that wrote all the papers. They basically did everything. They were all they were all recorded down in history for the vast majority of it, right? Especially as regards to current events, right? When you go back and listen to Bush talk about the trade deficit shit from like the 1920s. And it's like, wow. And we called him the stupid one. And it's very interesting. And like I said, I don't think that we're getting stupider. I don't think it's idiocracy. I don't think that's what's going on. I think that's a funny meme, and it's an interesting paradigm that is true, but I don't think it does not track with how genetics actually works. If you want to, because intelligence variation is actually quite distinct. So a lot of it is hereditary, but even stupid people can produce a genius, right? Sheldon is like a fictional representation of that. I believe I'm a representation of that. The vast majority of my family are smart. No, let me rephrase that. The vast majority of my family are high school educated, but many of them are not as smart as me. And I'm not trying to be like, that's not a down on them. Like many of my cousins went to college. One of my cousins is a fucking pharmacist. He's obviously fucking smart, right? And the dude who owns a landscaping company, he's obviously fucking smart. But not everybody in my family is. And in fact, the vast majority of my people in my family are not that smart, especially when it comes to understanding like scientific concepts and more esoteric things that are involved with science. That's not a dig at them. That's just simply how it is. Saying someone has a low IQ has no moral component to it unless you put it there. It's like calling someone short or tall, right? Because it's based on genetics. However, genetic variation is in the extreme in this instance, because you can have an entire family of redneck white trash and they will produce someone with like 150 IQ. It's entirely possible. Just as if you have a bunch of rich motherfuckers who are highly intelligent, you know, they're hovering at like 130, 140 IQ, and like half their kids could be fucking mouth drooling retards, right? So you're more likely to have intelligent children if you're intelligent and you're healthy and all other things are controlled, but it's not guaranteed. It literally is like rolling the dice. Just like the basic genetic experiments you did in high school where you were, doing the hair color and eye color shit, where it's like, oh, you've got recessive and I can't remember what it's called, but the one where it's like one where it actually shows. I don't remember what the terminology is. But where you can see the genes and how they move from generation to generation. Intelligence is a lot like that. It's just a lot more of a crapshoot. Because like for instance, like I'm autistic and ADHD, but I also have a fairly high intelligence. So, but the thing about it is that intelligence is hard to manifest in the real world because of the eccentricities of my brain. And so someone who is highly intelligent may not be able to actually contribute to society because of some other disability they may have. And so you have all these kind of factors that go into it, which would essentially make it average out over time, which is why idiocracy is funny, but it's not exactly correct. And it's only been getting better up until the modern era, and now it looks like it's slightly going back down. And I don't know the reason why, but it might be that it was overinflated to begin with, because one, IQ has not always been the best way to track intelligence. It's getting better, as if I had to say so. This is not my field of expertise, so I'm literally just throwing out stuff that I've learned over the years, and that it's a pretty good approximation of how intelligent you actually are. But it does not show how successful you're going to be in life or any of this other nonsense. It basically just shows how your brain how good of a processor and calculator your brain is, right? How can it solve spatial problems? How well can it solve other problems? And that basically tells you what type of computer you're running. So some people are running on a 100 megahertz processor from the 1990s, and some people are running on fucking 4-core processor from the 2011, and some people are running on the 8 cores of today, right? That's essentially how it works, and a lot of that is based on genetics. Some of it is based on environment, and a lot of other factors. And so I don't think we're getting dumber as a whole, necessarily, because it's always been this way. And it's just that in the past, only the most intelligent people were able to rise above the noise to get noticed. Only the intelligent people ran the papers. They wrote the papers. They were the ones in government. But now we have the ability for regular people who are not as quite intelligent to get into the fray with social media and stuff like this, and essentially be uplifted to a point where they could potentially participate in civilization. And because now you can see every fucking retard on the internet talking shit, where they wouldn't have been able to do this like out in public because either their friend group or other people they work with would easily be able to call them out and debate bro them into fucking submission. On the internet, they can literally just be in their own echo chambers and spew their stupidity out to everybody else and never listen to anything else, right? All right, so we're gonna move on from this. Rambled on enough. The waffles are real, boys. The waffles are absolutely real. I know you love them. I know you do. I know you do. Okay, so what else we got? Okay, so we are going to the Carmelo Anthony effect. So Carmelo Anthony is a black dude. I believe he's 17. I don't remember. Anyway, he has been charged with allegedly stabbing a white kid, his same age-ish, in the chest with a knife that he had in his bag at a school track meet. The story goes that Carmelo Anthony was in a tent for people for the track meet for a certain school. He was not supposed to be in that tent. A kid approached him, another 17-year-old. I shouldn't say kid because they're really not. Another 17-year-old approached him saying, hey, you're in the wrong place. Some kind of altercation happened. I don't believe it was violent. I don't believe any of it was actually violent, but he ends up Carmelo Anthony ends up stabbing the other guy in the chest with his knife and then runs away, which he had in his backpack, which he brought to school to the track meet. Okay. And so he's allegedly murdered this kid, and he's claiming self-defense. So that's the Carmelo Anthony situation in a nutshell. Haven't eaten a waffle in quite a while. Enjoy, my friend. And why is this called the Carmelo Anthony effect? Because right after he was accused of stabbing that white kid and claiming self-defense, a lot of people were raising money for him on one of the fucking websites, GoFundMe probably, for his defense. like they raised a lot of money for him. Even though it looks really bad for him. Like, basically, he's got a long history of being violent. Like, the system failed Carmelo Anthony. In my opinion, Carmelo Anthony should have had intervention when he was, like, 10 years old. He should have been, like, he really needs to have some type of, like, therapy or something like that, because this could have been prevented. Like, all the people in Carmelo Anthony's life who worked for him in the government, in schools, and all of these programs, they failed this boy. And now they've ruined his life. And they have caused, or through lack of action have caused, the death of another child, 17-year-old at least, right? Because the system failed, because they kept giving him chances. They kept being like, oh, you know, he's a good kid. You know, it doesn't matter that he beat the fuck out of this guy, or that he gets into fights, or that he does fucking criminal shit. None of that. No, he's a sweet baby angel. When it's like, this kid is got violent tendencies and he needs to be taken care of, right? This is not something that's this is not something against Carmelo Anthony. Like, if they had taken him out of his normal schooling and put him in a special program where they could help him deal with his issues and his anger issues and potentially his any educational issues that he had, both of these 17-year-olds might fucking be fine. The other dude being alive, and this guy, you know, at least trying to lead a good life rather than this shit. But because they just can't. It's this really weird thing, and I'm gonna bring just straight politics into this between red team and blue team. But blue team has the hardest fucking time criticizing people with brown skin. They cannot do it. They literally cannot bring themselves to do it. They have so self-flagellated themselves into bending over backwards for people who are not white that they have constructed this paradigm in their head where any person who is not white is an oppressed individual, and all of the things that they are doing are simply lashing out against that oppression, and therefore they should not be punished because it's not their fault. It's like someone who is criminally insane, so they can't be held responsible because they don't understand right from wrong. So instead you put them in a mental institution that's like a prison or something like that, so that they can't hurt themselves or anybody else. That's what should have probably happened to this guy when he was a lot younger. Not a prison, of course, but an actual like place where he could be safe and be taken care of and be treated for the problems that he has. Because I do believe Carmelo Anthony is sick in some form or fashion. You don't pull a knife out at a track meet because some dude's fucking telling you to leave and then touches you on the shoulder. I think he touched him. And then you stab that guy. Like that's not really something normal people do. Don't get me wrong, I would absolutely stab a motherfucker if my life did feel threatened. So I'm not going to say that he's crazy because he stabbed a dude. I'm saying that he's probably crazy because he stabbed a dude in the situation that he was in. But like, if you're attacking my children and all I got is a knife, you better goddamn believe I'm gonna fucking use that knife. Like, there's no question. So, like, I know a lot of people were saying he's crazy because he stabbed the dude in the heart, and it's like, no. Stabbing the dude in the heart is not the crazy part. It's the reason he stabbed him in the heart is the crazy part, right? Y'all need to get this straight. As somebody who advocates for 100% complete self-defense, I will stab you in the fucking heart. If you're attacking me or my family, it's gonna, and that's what I got. I usually got something a lot better I usually have something a lot better than a knife. So I'm just saying, this is all about self-defense. This is not about hurting people, but it's like stabbing somebody in the heart in self-defense. That's fine. That's fine. If it's actually self-defense, that's the crazy part. Okay. Now that we've got all that rambly shit out of the way, what is this bullshit? A white woman in Minnesota said a child was stealing from her purse and harassing her young child. She allegedly said the N-word to the kid, and I'm pretty sure it's on video. And then when confronted by a known sex offender who was in the park, yes, this happened, called him the N-word too while defending her actions. The sex offender part is just funny. Why is a known sex offender at a park with children? I have no idea. It is just a funny little, what is the word? Funny little serendipity that the person that filmed her was a fucking sex. It's just hilarious. But you gotta also remember that getting caught pissing in public could land you on the sex offender registry. Possible stealing from purse is new to me. Yes. She accused the child, who may be autistic. That's one of the reasons they're like, oh, they're defending the child. But they're 5 years old, dude. Like, do they really know right from wrong? No. Right? It's at that point that, you know, the mother of the 5-year-old Well, I mean, she shouldn't have called the little boy an N-word. But the point is that if that had happened to my kid has done some similar things, where she's tried to take other people's stuff, and not only is it a thing where it's like, you know, you apologize to the other parent, you make sure that the thing is returned, and then it's a great time to teach a lesson to your child. And if the other parent is a good parent, they will understand that this is an excellent time to teach your child about right from wrong, and so both children will be given a lesson on right from wrong. That's what good parents would do, is that they would come together and they would take the same side of a situation. Stealing is wrong, right? And so it'd be a good lesson for both children, right? If you have two children who stealing shit. Sorry, I'm thinking of one child stealing from another. My apologies, but but if you are a good parent, then that's essentially what you would do. This would be a good time to teach your kid and the other kid about stealing and why it's wrong, and the parent who's the parent of the victim would also do that if they were a good parent, right? Okay. So she has now been fully doxxed as being harassed and hounded by them. People on Twitter have come out in large support for her and raised currently $158K for her and growing. Personally, I hope she gets a lot of money. She didn't kill anyone. She just said a word. And Asmongold said something perfect. Basically, we now have competing racism. Racism now has a leaderboard. Yep. And you know, the funny thing is that all the people, and I've been saying this too, that there are absolutely racists out there still. And there always have been, and there always will be. But for the vast majority of the last 20 years, they've basically been suppressed, because especially when I was a kid, like, it was definitely gross to be racist, like actually racist, not just saying the N-word, because everybody said the N-word. But saying the N-word, like, to a black person to insult them would be like, no, that's not cool, dude. You can't do that. Or you shouldn't do that, more to the point. And the vast majority of people that I was around, hung out with, all this kind of stuff, this would be like no, it's not cool. Especially, with the military stuff and all that. But it is correct, she didn't kill anyone, right? And the people who are saying, and there are a lot of people who are trying to blow this up and make it worse than killing someone, which is just hilarious. But the problem is that when you continuous, like, it's a lot of the red team, blue team bullshit again. Blue team has, for the last, I want to say 15 years, basically been on a racist spree, doing nothing but talking shit about white people and how horrible they are. Using the term whiteness, and then signing a contract with whiteness, and it's literally a devil with horns and hooves and a devil tail. It's like, yeah, you're laying it on really thick there. And then you have stuff where, like, Carmelo Anthony gets his bail reduced so that he can get out, when it's pretty obvious what happened based on all the evidence that we see. Like, it's entirely possible that he's innocent and it was self-defense. It is possible. But based on what we know about the incident, because it was so public and just so, like, out there instantly, he's probably going to be in jail for a very long time. Doesn't mean he doesn't deserve the right to a trial and a lawyer. So, there is that. But this is what has emboldened these motherfuckers, is that you call people racist for long enough and they're just not going to give a fuck anymore, especially the racists. Because what'll happen is that you'll call people racists, and the ignoramuses out there will just believe that you're hyperbolizing again. Hyperbolizing, is that even a word? Is that you're just using hyperbole again. And that they're not actually a racist. They're probably not, they're not actually a Nazi. You're just saying that because they're not seeing your opinion. And it's kind of fucking stupid. It's really fucking stupid. But this is what happens when you do these kinds of things. It's the same reason why, like, Black Power movements got so powerful, is because they were actively being black men were actively being oppressed, suppressed, and harmed continuously all throughout this country for just being black and male, right? So you can understand why they would form an identity around that because it's something that they have solidarity with. So you could see why they would do that. And what has been going on with mostly Blue Team is they've been shitting all over everyone, including the vast majority of people who are not on the who are on the right and not on the right, but are not exclusively on the left. That if you disagree with them, you're a racist, you're a Nazi, you're a bigot. And what this does is it slowly over time builds calluses, and it slowly over time builds indifference. Because it's the same fucking playbook. You crowd wolf so many times that even when somebody who's really racist shows up, nobody's going to give a fuck, dude. Nobody's going to give a fuck. Because all you motherfuckers are saying that Carmelo Anthony is a hero and they should be free and that they're glad he killed that little white bitch, right? Yeah, I've seen shit like that. So when stuff like that happens, you could listen to Hitler speeches every day for a year. You could listen to Mussolini and you could freaking read Mein Kampf and all this shit. But nothing will radicalize someone faster than this shit. Than watching this dude who's obviously had a troubled past, who's obviously a fucking juvenile delinquent and potentially dangerous, who's been failed by the system, mind you. Absolutely 100%. This should have been caught years ago. Does this horrible thing, and you come out and defend him. Not defend the fact that he deserves a trial and all that other stuff. That's fine. Like, everybody understands that. But that he's a fucking hero. You're selling shirts saying that he's a goddamn hero. After the Black Lives Matter riots burning down cities, after all of that bullshit with George Floyd, this is what will radicalize people. Shit like this. And that's why you have shit like this. It's because people just don't give a fuck. And I guarantee you there are people who are probably not racist giving money to this woman simply to give a middle finger to every motherfucker that supports this asshole. Or more specifically, all the like anti-white shit that's been going on for the past like 15 to 20 years from Blue Team. It's crazy. And yeah, like look at this. My name is Shiloh, and I've been put in a very dire situation. I recently had a kid steal from my 18-month-old son's diaper bag at a park, and I called out the kid for what he was. Like, regardless of whether the 5-year-old's autistic or not, it's literally a 5-year-old. So, and you have people giving like $1,000, $2,000, and some of them are like memeing. Some of them are like their names contain things like 1488 or stuff like that. By the way, if you don't know what that is, 1488 is the 14 is the most important words where it's like we will secure the future for white children or something like that. And then 88 is the 8 is for the 8th letter of the alphabet, which is H. So 88 is HH, which is basically Heil Hitler. So 1488 is literally a racist dog whistle. It's exactly what it is. And I've seen a few that were like that. I'm browsing through them. I don't want to go through it now, but it's just, it is one of these things where the outrage over this fundraiser, I know, right? Great. What else? The white man has gotten angry. Usually a good sign for us. Oh, man. Oh, dude. This is not good. Yeah, this is really not good. And you can't completely blame it on Blue Team. Even though especially like the Republican Party has absolutely tried its fucking damnedest to remove itself from any of the fucking neo-Nazi, racist shit from the past, where the Democrat Party basically has just dived headfirst in, just in the opposite way. It is super funny that the Democrats continue to be the party of racism, is it not? I do find that funny. Now, that's only if you look at it from a certain frame, but it really does feel that way. It really does feel that way. When I was a kid, though, it didn't feel that way. It really didn't. But, you know, it is. It's just, it's very disappointing to see this, but it's the inevitable outcome of what happens when you're trying to have a race war. Woman who went viral for calling the kid an N-word has claimed he stole from her 18-month, has raised over $54K. There you go. Yeah, here's the video.
Did you call the child the nigger word? Did you call him a nigger, the child?
The fuck you talking
Did you
about?
call the child the nigger word?
None of your fucking business.
It is my own business. You call him a nigger? Okay, why don't you have the boss to say it right now again?
Fuck you, nigger.
Okay.
My God.
All right, that's what you say.
Ugh. I should not have watched this.
He took my
Okay, yeah, definitely. I know this person. This person, not this person specifically, but the reason I say that is because this is what rice trash looks like. Just in case you're wondering. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if she lived in a fucking trailer park. Not gonna lie. Oh fuck, dude. That's not good. That's not good at all. If we raise enough, it's worth it. Oh my. And here's the man recording, allegedly. Yeah. It's not good. What's a hard R? Oh, you sweet summer child. So, yeah. This is only going to get worse. It's not going to get better. And James Lizzie had a really good tweet about the MAGA and the right have a reckoning coming. They abso-fucking-lutely do. And what is about to happen over the next 2 or 3 years, as far as this goes, will define America for a long time. I guarantee you. We really need to stop with the racism. All of it. Period. Like, I know that big thing to say, right? Oh, I'm so brave. That's not what I mean. What I'm saying is that the people on blue team need to quit agitating it just as much as the people on red team need to quit agitating it. Because there are people on red team that do. They're a smaller minority than they are on the blue team. But they still need to. Because you got to remember that there are a lot of white people out there who are poor, who are working class. When they see you shit all over white people because of something some rich asshole did, when that's not who they are going to assume you're a racist because you are. Right? When you blame all white people for slavery, you forget you're ignorant of the facts of what's going on. Less than 1% of people own slaves. Okay? That's number one. So it was essentially a rich people club, was what slavery was. Now, you could say that, oh, all the white people supported it. Yeah, but all the black people in Africa who were part of the slave trade also supported it, including the fucking kings who made all the money. You know, the rich motherfuckers. My point to you is that they didn't have a fucking choice in the matter. You understand that, right? That's the whole point. Is that the people who are at fault are the people who had the choice and made the wrong ones. And if you consistently and constantly blame an entire race for something that only a small minority of them did, you are being racist. And when the left has been doing this a lot. The blue team has for the past 15 or 20 years basically just felt like the anti-white party. Even though they keep fucking electing old white men, which is hilarious, they have been the anti-white party, it feels like. Now, most mainstream Democrats do not say this shit, and most of them will not support that kind of stuff. But rarely do I see them come out explicitly against it. Where you do see people on red team, especially in the Republican Party, have come out explicitly over and over again against racists and neo-Nazis and all this stuff. Like, one of the biggest hoaxes is that Trump praised neo-Nazis and called them fine people, when that's exactly the opposite of what happened. He explicitly called out the fact that he was not talking about them, and the news still ran with it, even though he explicitly did it. So when you see the president of the United States saying that there's a debate going on, and there are fine people on both sides of this debate, so we don't need to be shitting on each other, and that I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis and the white supremacists that are here, they can fuck off. And then you see the news for years fucking push this bullshit. Joe Biden ran on the fine people hoax. That was his main point about why Trump was unfit for office, is because of the fine people hoax. St. John's, what's up, buddy? How you doing? And because of that, because of all of that, when people then turn around and see you not saying, "Oh yeah, the people screaming that all white people are evil," yeah, that's not something we agree on. That's definitely something that absolutely do not support that. When they don't do that, and then they turn around and they require red team to do it, and then lie about it even when they do, it makes you not want to care about it. It makes you not give a fuck. And especially to the people who are not as intelligent, who are maybe not as educated, right? It gives them an easy way to team play on race. Because race is the easiest team play of all, because it's literally just visual. And it sucks. It really sucks. And it's the same thing about, like, it's like fucking Hassan not being able to, like, criticize people. It's, let me rephrase. It's like when Hassan Piker fucking talks about, like, terrorist organizations and, like, glazes the fuck out of them and doesn't push back against them, and then we'll come back later and say, "Oh, I don't support them," all this other stuff. And it's but it's like he's like telling you not to believe your lying eyes. So when you see this, when you see people on blue team not push back against this racist rhetoric, not push back against the stupidity, and tangentially endorse it, right? With all, this is the reason why people were talking about, they linked Kamala with the woke shit, right? And that's one of the reasons that people voted against her, is because they linked her with that. You know, she's for they, them, not you. The reason that ad hit so prevalently is not because Kamala was running on it. It's because the entirety of the Democratic Party has been screaming about that bullshit for fucking years. For years. And it's always in the media. It's always in the news. And so it's just like, and yes, the Republicans absolutely used it as a bludgeon, and the blue team and the Democrats fucking deserved it. They absolutely deserved it. It was their own political mess, and they got exactly what they deserved. Just like fucking MAGA and the Republicans are going to get exactly what they deserve if Trump keeps fucking up. It keeps being a little bitch, right? The Trump-philophicus is fucking, like, we were about to go into a recession. Like, it definitely looks like it. Yeah, like the definition of recession, 2 quarters in a row with negative growth. Looks like that's what's coming up. And especially where it looks like the fucking shelves are going to be empty with all the fucking violations of the law when it concerns some of the shit with immigration. And the polls are not fucking looking in his favor. He's going to get exactly what he deserves. And so is the Republican Party. Maybe they can pull a fucking rabbit out of their hat. I have no idea. But when you don't push back against it, and when your party tangentially supports it, because all of these fucking racist people who are racist towards white people, they're all on blue team. All of them. Right? And they call themselves Democrats. They call themselves progressives. And that's what the Democrats align themselves to. And even though they may not agree with it, if you don't come out and tell people that, I don't agree with these crazy motherfuckers, they do not represent me or my party, that's what you got to do. That's exactly what you got to do. 100%. The Republicans got to do it every time fucking some neo-Nazi fucking with a Confederate flag comes out of fucking nowhere, right? So when there's a bunch of freaking Palestine protesters screaming, you know, gas the Jews, and it's just fucking crickets, what does that tell people? That you do not actually have a principle of being not racist. You only have a principle of I'm going to use racism as a bludgeon and as a political tool to beat you with. But I'm not going to hold myself to the same standard. Well, then you're going to get this. You're going to get this. And you're going to get more of it. Way more of it. Yeah. It's probably going to get bad. It's probably going to get real bad. And I don't want it to, but this is where we are, boys. This is where we are. Okay, this is great. Are you ready for this? This is like peak fucking cinema. So remember, when you see people who comment stupid, retarded, some of the most like ridiculous shit on the internet, I want you to remember one thing. Well, the only way to do that is army. Send for them and the military police. French should do the same. Such a gracious shithole where it was such a beautiful country. I snapped a rough sleeper blocking the delivery of Boots Chemists on Friday. Not on. Hashtag clean the streets. Those comments will only get more. Yeah, you're right. Especially as AI takes off. Look at that shit. Do you think an AI could come up with this? This is ridiculous. Absolutely it could, by the way. You absolutely could program an AI to do this. This is like the most low-level fucking bullshit I've ever seen. Well, no, it's not, but it's close. So remember when somebody claims that they're some type of expert and you can't see their face and you can't see any of that other stuff. This is one of the reasons why I started doing why I have a camera now. I never wanted to be on camera. I just wanted to be like the voice and video game. But, you know, over time it changed, especially once I started talking more about politics and once I started talking more about this stuff. So when you see people posting about stuff that when they say that they're a thing, just remember one thing. This is why I don't take comments like that seriously when it obviously looks like you've put in no thought. Because the vast majority of stuff on Twitter and YouTube comments, it's all just flippant bullshit, either specifically designed to get engagement, or it's just because somebody has some type of issue, like a daddy issue or a mommy issue or a, my teacher didn't love me enough issue. And so they're taking it out on you. Remember, hurt people hurt. Simple as. An asylum seeker who beat a female officer while on top of her walks free. Don't worry, he's very, very sorry. Ethiopian asylum seeker had to be dragged off one of his victims by a member of the public. A small boat migrant who repeatedly punched two female police officers has been spared jail. 21 is how old he is. Was told by a judge his brain is not fully formed and he would be imprisoned if he committed another offense. The Ethiopian asylum seeker had to be dragged off one of his victims by a member of the public as he punched her outside a bar in Dorset. One of them had fallen to the ground after being hit, allowing him to climb on top of her as he continued his assault. It was a woman, by the way. He did that to a woman. Spared jail. Remember what I said about radicalizing people? That'll do it too. I do think that Britain is going to get something very, very bad very, very soon. And what I mean by that is that people are going to be so fed up when somebody finally says, I'm just going to fucking arrest all the immigrants and fucking kick them out. They're going to vote for them. I have a feeling that's going to happen eventually. And there, it's going to be really bad. it's going to be really bad. Because unlike here in the States, where a lot of the crime is, some of it's out in public, but a lot of it isn't like, you know, like in Britain, man, like it's crazy. Like the knifings, the fucking, just all the crazy shit that they do where they just take over the streets and shit. Like it's way worse there than it is here in the States, right? In the States, it's usually in just a few areas where it's really, really, really bad. And most of it is just dispersed across the entirety of the United States and like focused at the border and things like that. But in the UK, like they literally just come over on boats, and it's a much smaller country. So yeah. And they have actual like enclaves where these people congregate, right? Where they're not allowed to, well, it's not that they're not allowed, it's like what happens when you take a foreign population and you allow them to just congregate all in one place. It's hard for them to assimilate because they don't have to, because they can do everything they need to do in their own language and their own culture in the colony that they've made where in your country, right? So if you want them to become British, then they need to be able to assimilate. As simple as that. And it doesn't look like they're doing that. And so yeah, they're probably gonna elect a Hitler soon, and it's probably gonna be really fucking bad. Like you're looking at V for Vendetta type shit. I'm pretty sure. Because it like the more I see of it, dude, it's just like, holy fuck, man. Like the rape gang situation, I cannot imagine why they are not rioting already. Because I cannot imagine us finding some type of like rape gang situation that are literally targeting white girls because of their race, and that not like. The police would have to step in, because if they didn't, those dudes would get murdered. Right? To literally save the lives of the child rapists, you would absolutely have to arrest them. Because if you didn't, there would be more than enough fathers with guns to take care of it. And I'm not going to lie to you, I can't say that I wouldn't be one of them if it was my child. This is why this is why it blows my mind as to what's going on in Britain when I hear about this, and it's been going on for like decades in some places. And the police know all about it. It's been reported, all this stuff, and they turn a blind eye because, like I was saying about Blue Team here in the States, they can't criticize brown people. It's racist to criticize brown people. Wonder why no revolution is going on in the UK? I don't know either, dude. It's possible. It's because it's entirely possible that a lot of it is because of the Overton window not being far enough right-leaning or far enough in the direction of, or that the Overton window is far too left as far as racial politics goes, to where literally nobody can criticize brown people, right? And if you criticize a brown person, you're racist. Just like if you criticize this guy for beating the fuck out of two women or two police officers, then, you know, you're racist because his brain's not fully formed, you know, because he's black. So obviously his brain's not fully formed. I know it's because of his age, but I'm making fun of them for being racist while trying to not be racist. Because that's the thing, is that by them trying to be so not racist, they're actually doing the horseshoe thing and being fucking completely and utterly racist in almost every way possible. It's so fucking ridiculous. Oh, this is why I say, like, when I say life is a play, but it's not a tragedy, it's a comedy, this is what I'm talking about. This is how it always has been. It has never not been this stupid. It has always been this stupid. It's just various levels of it and how much of it you can detect. Right? Because think about it like this. Think about how many people are talking about Trump violating laws and norms to get illegal immigration done. Right? And he is. He absolutely is. Especially with the violating the withholding of deportation against that one individual. And not only that, not only is he deporting people, but he's also sending people to a foreign jail without any kind of trial or due process for jail, right? To deport them, yeah, you don't really need a court proceeding other than, you know, the immigration shit. But to actually put them in jail is a whole nother fucking ballgame. But anyway, fuck, I forgot where I was going with that. I forgot where I was going with that. Fuck, where was I going with that? So they talk about how Trump's violating all these things, right? And they're right. For a lot of it, they are right. I believe they are focusing too much on the individuals because some of these dudes are bad hombres, literally. And they need to be focusing more on the substance of the argument, because I do believe that the American people, if you actually set a bar high enough, most of them will probably be able to meet it and understand it if you do it correctly. But the problem is that most people don't know how to communicate these things correctly. I do believe I saw Morning Joe. I think it was either yesterday or the day before. They did a really good job. So I will absolutely retract what I said like a week ago about how nobody's talking about the actual substance of the argument and talking about the violation of these things. And they're screaming about how the, Maryland man is such a good father and all this other shit. And it's just like, bro, you can't, if you go that route, you're going to get fucking burned. And they absolutely have over and over and over again, because he does look like a bad hombre. It's just the optics of it. But the good thing is that they see, I believe, Blue Team is looking like they're pivoting toward a more substantiated argument, which is good because that's what I want. But anyway, they talk about how he's violating all these things, but there's an emergency, right? There's an emergency. So that's why he's using the excuse. And people claim, oh, you can't do that, blah, 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 blah. And then they turn around and then we have like gigantic statues and excuses and praise for this man right here. I show it almost every fucking stream, because it's like, how can you make these arguments and then say that this was a good thing? Square that circle for me. And the main reason is a lot of people can't. I absolutely can. Right? There are times when such drastic measures are required. I don't believe we're there yet. We're close. I do believe we're close, but we're not quite there. And so when they scream about it in that way, it really irks me, because the vast majority of people, especially Blue Team, absolutely, he's a great emancipator. We got a gigantic fucking statue of him sitting on a throne in Washington, D.C. It doesn't matter that he violated habeas corpus. It doesn't matter that he jailed his political opponents, that he jailed journalists that wrote shit about him, that he jailed people who were going to vote against him in state legislatures and in the actual legislature, that he held people without trial, without charge for years at a time. That he committed essentially what we would call war crimes today against fucking Alabama. Or was it Georgia? I think it was Georgia. Georgia, yeah. That he created the first, what we would consider modern secret police. I go back to it every stream, and it's just like, well, what the fuck are you doing? I love how I go on these tangents, right? But it is one of these things. It's like, I do wonder why they're so... that nothing's happened. And I do believe it's because the Overton window is so far left and on the anti-racist screed that because of the way they're doing hate speech there, it's literally suppressing the speech of people, because they are afraid that if they say the wrong things about people of the wrong skin color, they could literally go to jail. And I think that has a lot to do with it. But to me, it feels like the dam is about to break. Right? And I think they know it. Which is why they're preparing for probably riots this summer. I saw some stuff Carl Benjamin put out where it was like, where the police were training to fight against protesters who are wearing British flags on themselves. And like, people are losing their minds over this, and it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's normal. That's what you want your police to do, because some stupid asshole who wants to fucking burn shit down will literally put on your flag and go burn shit down. Do you not want the police to take that motherfucker out? Like, seriously? So of course you do that. I mean, I think they had a guy in like Antifa shit too. So it's like, of course the police are going to do this. They absolutely should do that. It does look bad considering everything that's been going on over there. But yeah, it's been absolutely crazy. And I don't know what's going to happen in Britain, man. They need to have some type of reckoning. They do. Yes. I remember when I was in the Navy, I got my first house. I was renting my first house. And I didn't have furniture worth shit. Eventually I got some, but essentially I got a gigantic couch, a gigantic TV, I had an Xbox, and I got a sound system. The sound system I bought is right there. The TV is in the TV that I had is in the living room. It's good stuff. So I still have all of that stuff. And this is what my house looked like right here, except the couch was a lot bigger. I didn't have pictures up and all that other shit. It's because I'm a dude, man. What do I need that? Like, literally, there weren't even... The only pictures I had on my wall were literally military stuff from me getting, like, my submarine dolphins and stuff from my mom, from some of her stuff. That was the only pictures I had on my wall. That was it. Until I got a woman. And then it became a lot more, obviously. But I just find this funny because, yeah, I really have no problems with this. No problems at all. Of course, to be fair, as an older gentleman, I understand the needs for aesthetic accoutrements, so it would probably not look like this anymore. I just thought this was funny, and I wanted to look at it. And Texas House passes a bill banning minors from social media. Fucking base Texas. I'm not gonna lie, dude. I definitely believe we should ban minors from using social media. Hands down. I know. How are you gonna enforce it? Blah blah blah. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. We should still do it. And the reason is because, one, your brain is actually not fully formed when you're an adult. It doesn't fully form until you're like 25. Minors, yes, minors as in children. And so we really should not have children on Facebook, on X, on Instagram, and we all know why, dude. It's so bad for your mental health to be someone like a child who is so socially in tune with everything around them, like you want to be like everybody else, and it causes you such anxiety and stuff like that. To have Facebook, Instagram, and X all be in your face all day, showing you the most beautiful people on the planet, doing the coolest shit ever, and that you're nothing compared to them. Like, all that shit is horrible. Not only that, the bullying aspect where you can never get away from your bullies, right? Because at least back in the day, when you left school, if your bully didn't live in your neighborhood, and even if they did, you could just sit in your house, and you now your bully is gone, right? You don't have to deal with them until tomorrow. Well, now your bully's all over the internet, shitting all over you constantly. So everybody at your school can see it. So even if you're not looking at it, everybody in your school still is. And so your bully is still bullying you in front of everybody and making fun of you, even while you're not looking and not there. And it can still affect you and affect your like social status and all this other shit. And we just need to get rid of that shit. We absolutely just need to get rid of it, hands down. I am just no. And it really, like I can't see a single reason why any child should be on social media other than potentially like a child-friendly social media when they become like a certain age, so they can literally just just chat with other people on the internet. That's fine, right? But the way social media is, the way the algorithms run, no, we absolutely need to ban children from this. And yes, of course, some of them will get, many of them may get around it, but just think about it like this. Most of the boards that I was on when I was a kid were 18 plus, right? Most of the places I went, they were 18 plus. Everybody knew there were kids in some of these discussions, having these adult conversations. But so long as you never revealed yourself and you never actually made it like, you never put it up front that you were a minor, most people would just look the other way. But this was a different time on the internet, right? Where you had to be predisposed to learn how to use a computer, to figure out how to fucking connect it to the internet, to be able to not, and then pay for the internet via phone line, which was ridiculous, right? So you had all these barriers that self-selected people. So you only had some of the, not necessarily most mature people, but at least intelligent enough to make a computer fucking function and figure out how to get it on the internet, right? Your stupid fucking blonde-headed, bubble-headed fucking 16-year-old girls, most of them are not going to be able to do that, right? And most of your jocks aren't going to be able to do that either. So the people that would be most adversely affected or be able to use it in an adverse way really weren't in that, right? So it's just a bunch of fucking computer nerds for the most part. But now everybody's on the internet. Everybody's there. And so it's real easy. You just pick up your phone, click on the X, boom, you're there. Now you're plugged in immediately to just massive amounts of information constantly coming at you. And I really think we need to do this. I really do. I really do. Again, there's no reason for fucking teenagers to be on Instagram. Right? And I don't, the real problem is that the only way you're going to be able to enforce it is with an ID system, so that when you make an account, you have an actual, that the company just doesn't take an email. They have to have your full name, address, and who you are. So you can have multiple accounts, right? I would be okay with that. I hope they do that. But at the back end, not on the front end, on the back end, where the account is who owns this account, it has you and your name and how old you are, right? So that way they can know who you are and verify who you are for your age. I know it sounds bad, but this is literally like, this is where won't someone think of the children. This is where it actually matters, because we know this is bad for them. We know it is. And it's not like X and Instagram and Facebook don't already have all of your information, right? If you use their app, even if you're anonymous, they probably still know who the fuck you are, or could find out very easily, right? Especially the government, if they get a warrant, they could easily find out who you are with this shit, right? And that's one of the protections that I would want, is that to make sure that the social media companies aren't just complying with law enforcement who ask for information. Fuck you, get a warrant. Unless it's like general information that has nothing to do with your identity, then it doesn't matter, as far as I'm concerned. They can work with them if they want, because they are literally, if you're a private company, you should be able to cooperate with law enforcement, so long as it doesn't violate any agreements that you have with the people that you have agreements with, right? So if you're having an agreement to protect your user privacy, that means you cannot just give user information to the police, FBI, or the government, or anything. They have to have a warrant. That's what I would want to protect. Specifically. And that way, and of course, there are going to be kids who use their parents' accounts and all this other stuff. There's going to be bad parents who just let their kids make their own account and all this other stuff. But the funny thing is, I think it'll be a little bit easier to control in that way, because kids tend to be stupid, right? And so the smart ones will get away with it and the stupid ones won't. The smart ones will be easy to spot because of how they talk and how they act and the way they run their accounts. And the smart ones who are mature enough to actually like have real life conversations and all this will be able to just skirt on by, because you won't be able to detect them because they're smart and or mature. And because nothing will, murder is illegal. That doesn't prevent murder from happening, right? That doesn't mean it shouldn't be illegal. All right. Let's see. What else do we have? Yes, tradition, my favorite subject. One of my favorite subjects. So, this is an interesting little thing. Humans suffer from a recurring problem. Eureka! Solution found. Solution has become a tradition. Future generations don't have the problem. As they can't see the problem, they think the tradition is useless. Tradition thrown away, efficiency, progress. Problem is back. I do agree that this is a lot of this has a lot of weight to it, though it's not exactly true, because it's just like this. It's like gender roles and things like that. The reason that a lot of these traditions pop up the way they do in almost every civilization, just like religion, is because it's useful, and it's a self-selecting problem. So the civilizations that end up surviving have these things. Right? The civilizations that either don't do it as well or don't do it at all end up not surviving. So a survivorship bias kind of thing. And there is something to this tradition is useless, so we should get rid of it. This is one of the reasons why I do believe that we should keep some traditions, because some traditions literally are solutions to problems that our ancestors had that we can't see anymore. And this is why, before we decide to just throw a tradition away, we should analyze why we have the tradition, what it does for us, and what we can do for it. And what we can do instead to potentially be better. And now I do think this has become a problem with like things like marriage and the fact that not necessarily gender roles specifically, but like where men and women are in their own lives and in society. Because the thing about it is like, absolutely, we should not like prevent women from working in the professional fields like they used to. We shouldn't prevent them from fucking having bank accounts, but we should stress that there are certain things that you do in your life that are probably going to increase your chances of either being happy or satisfied with your life. And there are other things that you do that will have less of a chance of that. And we should all be informed about those things. Now, when you're young and stupid, you're just not going to listen anyway, but some people will. And if you drill it in enough, it will actually work. And here's another funny thing, is that pro-growth factions will always win, especially when it concerns population. So a lot of people on blue team are anti-growth, i.e. they don't want the human population to grow more because it's a danger to the planet. This is fucking absolutely retarded. The thinking is so fucking flawed, it's not even funny. Not only has it been disproven countless times over the decades, it is still one of the most retarded things you could possibly say. And the problem is that look at what this is an argument that Tim Pool makes all the time. I don't think he makes it as well as it could be made, so I'll give it a go. Is that basically blue team has an anti-growth worldview. They abort their children more than probably any other political group out. Blue team, red team. Between the two teams and all the independents that aren't affiliated directly with them, they abort their babies more. They don't have traditional marriage as much. They do more dinks, which is dual income, no kids. And so they are literally not reproducing enough to keep their civilization alive. So the only real way they can keep their ideology and the way they think alive is to brainwash the children of other people. And a lot of people are catching on to this shit and are pushing back against it in the extreme, as you can tell. And so what will eventually happen is that over time, generation after generation, 2 or 3 it'll only take, eventually red team will completely outnumber blue team simply due to the fact of population growth. Right? And it's not, and some of the blue team's children will, or some of the red team's children will become blue team, some of the blue team's children will become red team, and so back and forth and back and forth. But it is more likely that if you raise more children and you teach them your values, that they are going to more likely grow up to have your values and be more like you. And so even if a few children do defect from red team to blue team, the majority of them will probably stay on red team. And so over time, you will have more red team than blue team. And this is one of the reasons why I find it so dumb that the Democrats are this degrowth and fucking anti-masculine shit, because you literally need men to build things. You literally need men to procreate. Right now, anyway. And they're just having none of it. And it's like, that's fine if you want to go girl power. That's fine if you want to fucking make yourself a neuter. I mean, you go right here, go ahead and spade yourself. I don't give a fuck. But the problem is that if you actually like your politics and you like your civilization and you want it to continue into the future, then you need to have kids and you need to instill them with the values that you have and ensure that that's passed on to their children. That's the only way you continue your civilization. And it does appear that the vast majority of blue team do not give a single fuck about any of that stuff because they think tradition is stupid. Because they think that passing on things to the next generation or building something and then giving it to the next generation is kind of dumb, right? That's really what it looks like to me, because they're not even, most of them aren't even having the next generation. And it's really irritating, because when you see so many of these people who are, who want welfare, who want a welfare state, but don't produce their own children, you wonder what the fuck is going on in their heads. Because it's like, if you want a welfare state, well, that means we need kids so that when you're old, we have people working that can pay for you when you need welfare. But if you don't have any kids, then there's going to be less people to pay for welfare, so there's going to be less welfare to go around. Right? Especially if our population is in decline, which technically it's not. We just have less than replacement values for birth rates. So there will be less people in the United States of America unless we immigrate or unless we have like a gigantic baby boom, which could entirely possibly happen depending on what goes on. Like, I mean, imagine we get hit with some kind of like device that like knocks out the internet for like a year. Yeah, we'd probably have a baby boom. We'd probably have a baby boom. So, it is one of these things where you do need to analyze your traditions and see which ones are worth keeping and which ones are not. Like, traditions that were keeping women from working in professional fields, stupid. Absolutely, women should be able to do that if they want to. But this feminist notion of pushing women out of the home and making it problematic for them to choose to be a homemaker and a housewife is just absolutely insane. Because, I mean, it is my opinion, based on the things that I've seen, that most women will be the happiest in their life and or the most content if they have a family, period. A husband and children. Now, that doesn't mean you can't have a career, but one of the things that I would recommend is that if you want to actually have a good career, then you should probably have kids and family first. And then once your kids are old enough, you can either go back to school or start your career there. And because you live 10 to 15 years longer than men on average, you'll still have the same amount of time. You just won't be able to get started as early. The internet is gone. What? How do I access my porn? We could just make our own. Yep, exactly. That's it. Right on, buddy. Right on. And because it does look like that. Because I mean, working sucks. I hate it. I did like some of the jobs that I had, but I still hated working. And I can't imagine women like working any more than men. Right? Especially being some fucking drone or cog in some kind of bureaucratic machine. Everybody gets their kick somewhere, but still. But especially when it concerns like my wife, like she would prefer to be a homemaker and a mother than work. And I even offered this at the beginning of our relationship. I said, I told her, if you want to have a career, I will stay home and take care of kids. I will actually be a stay-at-home dad. That was an actual offer, and I was more than willing to do it. And the reason is because I love my wife, and I don't really have career ambitions like that. I'm like I said, I'm an autistic retard, so I like doing things. And if I get paid to do them, that's cool. If I don't, I still had fun, right? This is why I hated work so much, is because the vast majority of places that I worked couldn't keep my brain occupied. It made me depressed and all kinds of stupid shit. You gotta love it. How else are you gonna make your boss richer? Yeah. Yeah, I didn't give a fuck about any of that shit either. And I see how happy it makes her, how much joy she gets from being with the children and being able to make a nice home for them, and in general do that. And I think a lot of people, especially on Red Team, do the homemaker housewife shit disservice when they push these rigid rules about who should do what. Like, my wife is literally the queen of this fucking house, dude. I've said often, I am a dictator of my family, but I'm a benevolent one. I frame myself as the philosopher king who is the dictator of this family. So what happens most of the time is my wife makes almost all the decisions. Or more to the point, we discuss most of the decisions, and especially when it concerns like food and things for the house that require cleaning and anything that it's not repair based, like outside and stuff. Not about actually like fixing the house, but more about decoration and things like that, and homemaking. Those are all her that's her business. That's none of my business. That's her business, and she takes care of it, and she loves it. And when something breaks in the house and shit like that, that's my business, right? But they put too many rigid bullshit things on these gender roles and make it really do feel as if it's a trap, as if you're a prisoner, when it's really not. It's really not if you do it correctly, right? My wife is the master of her domain, hands down. Like, she makes the vast majority of financial decisions in our family and all these other things. So when I call myself a benevolent dictator, what that means is that I only do things, I only use that power when an executive power is needed. If there's an emergency, I'm in charge. If there is a dangerous situation, I'm in charge. That simple. And my wife knows this, understands this, and it's something that we've worked out together. Like, she trusts my instincts to protect her and our family. And she knows that I am a monster, and that she knows that she is not in the same way. Right? And so she knows exactly what's going on. It's like when she's talking about what she's going to make for dinner or all the stuff she's going to buy, I'm just like nodding along. Yep, that sounds good. Okay, yep. She makes those decisions. When it concerns things that are my business, that in my domain, I make those decisions. And I think I've only used my executive power like once or twice in what looked like dangerous situations, and my wife will immediately listen to me. She'll trust me because she knows that if I do those kinds of things, I'll have valid reasons for them, and I will explain them when everything is safe and good to go. And it really has created this super amazing bond between me and my wife that just feels incredible. Right? It absolutely feels incredible. And she's free to basically do whatever the fuck she wants. Yes, she has children to be responsible for, but she's not stuck in the house. she can go do whatever the fuck she wants. So if I did have an actual job where I went and worked every day, she would be here alone doing whatever the fuck she wants at the house. Like, it doesn't take that much work to keep a house clean if you keep it clean all the time, right? And kids don't have to be a fucking crazy mess all the time either. If you can mitigate that as much as possible. So it's not like you're trapped in some prison where you're just wrangling kids all day and cleaning house all day. That only happens if you don't keep a clean house or you have like 10 fucking kids and you're the only adult. And so it really does it, like I said, it does a disservice when Red Team makes these like hard gender roles and it actually does look like, you know, prison and all this other stuff, when so many women would probably be happy if they found themselves a good man, because, you know, you need to have discernment. You don't need to pick any man. You need to find the correct one. So you need to actually be able to, you know, judge someone's character. You need to have discernment and see who they are. And then once you figure that out and you find the right one, then you do your thing. And it could make you potentially so much more happier and content with your life. Because the thing about it is like, you don't have to stop your career if you don't want to. It's better if you do and you stay at home and be a mom. That's what's best for your children. That's what's best for your family overall. And you can continue either your education or your career afterwards. Yes, you will be held behind, just like I would be if I were a stay-at-home dad, right? If I had stayed at home and then I try to go back into the workforce 5 or 10 years later, they're going to look at my resume and be like, where the fuck have you been for 10 years? Well, I was a stay-at-home dad. Okay. I'm going to have to start at the bottom again, because like, if you're out of the workforce, that's how it works. Anyway, so let's see. What else do we have? Oh, I just thought this was funny. Lost the only war they ever fought. Owned slaves. Rural. Revolted against U.S. government and lasted longer than they should have despite the massive industrial gap. Get BTFO'd by Sherman and Grant using total war tactics. Held on to economically inefficient ways of life because of tradition. 200 years later, still bitching and whining about how the U.S. oppressed them and people and people don't respect their heritage. The pick is unrelated. I'm talking about Native Americans. Now, to be fair, they didn't lose the only war they ever fought. They lost the long, protracted war that they fought against, you know, the white settlers. But I mean, it's an interesting, it's funny. I found it very funny. Especially because 200 years later, it hasn't been 200 years yet, has it? It'll be 200 years in 2060. Yeah. Right? 1850s was pre-Civil War. 1860s was Civil War, right? Pretty sure. I really thought it was funny. Yes, the Native Americans owned slaves. Many of them did. Some of them did not. Some of them did. They fought wars with each other. That's one of the reasons why I say in there like that the Indians were like peaceful, you know, naturists and all this other shit is just absolute horseshit. They're humans just like the rest of us. They're just as evil. They're just as good. Like there's no love lost. Like almost every tribe that was currently on land when white settlers came here killed the tribe that lived there before them. Yeah, that's how it works. If you don't know, revolted against the U.S. government, they did. And lasted longer than they should have. Absolutely. Probably, I think it was because he's talking about the Western expansion during Manifest Destiny, where they were fighting the Apaches and shit. I think that's what it was. And that's where Sherman and Grant did their thing. And yeah, pretty much economically inefficient ways due to much tradition. They would literally, I remember a story, I don't know how true it is, of them putting magic on their vests to protect them from bullets.
It didn't work.
And then 200 years later, still bitching and whining about how the U.S. oppressed them. Yep. And people don't respect their heritage. Yep. It is funny how it does fit both. It really does. Except for like the 200 years. That is pretty funny. All right. Like I said, I just thought that was an interesting little joke. What do we got here? So that's that. And I think we're about done. Yeah, I think we're about done. I think we're going to play some Star Trek.
Thank you, everyone, for tonight. This has been such an amazing week. Thank you, Lord. Thank you to the amazing cast. Thank you, Stacey and Glenn. This is so wonderful. Have a great night. Thank you.
As a person with hearing loss, I appreciate this. Oh, it's just so funny, dude. All right, boys. I'll be right back after these messages from our first screen. Stay tuned for more right here at the Tango Hotel. We're coming back with Star Trek Resurgence. I think we're near the end, boys. It's going to be good. It's going to be real good. Most of the time, it's only 5 crates anyway. Sometimes it's 4, and sometimes it's 6. So, not much I can do about that.
I'm
Now
going
that, my
home
friend,
for now.
is a victory. Wait,
This is Firebrand.
wait.
Just secure. All XCOM operatives are secure. Firebrand is returning to base.
Status confirmed. Mission accomplished.
Victory. Or more to the point. More to the point.
A flawless victory.
Does anybody know if the control enemy breaks stealth or not? No! Whoops. Whoops.
Locked on. We've been spotted.
The atmosphere. The aerodynamics of the plane and the drag of the air allow it to use the air as a liquid to fly. So. Oh! I need more time. Okay then. He's almost dead.
I cannot do that.
I'm out of mana. Yes! Oh! Do this because it'll be funny. Because it'll be freaking hilarious. I'm gonna get right in her face. I'm gonna get right in her face. I'm gonna throw a knife right at her. It's gonna do 1 damage. It's gonna be hilarious. It's gonna be hilarious.
Finally, a truce.
He doesn't know what to do. He doesn't know what to do. That's hilarious. That is hilarious. 4 to 5. Yeah, that's still not gonna kill you. That's still not gonna kill you. It was funny though.
Safe position taken.
You know what I'm saying? And to be fair, it's really good on single target. Really good on single target. Like this asshole.
Fucking brute is looking for trouble.
Oh boy, is that something I can do? Oh, never mind.
Light of the Emperor!
Don't hit Astro Boy.
Avenge me!
Shit. Where's his body at? It's right there. No! No, Astro Boy. I'm such a dumbass. Oh, what have I done? What have I done? Oh, my gunner.
Firebrand,
And of course, we did the tropiest thing we could possibly do, and I called him New York City, and he called me Nashville, Tennessee. It was great. Great. Because I talk like this. And he thought it was funny. That dude ended up serving his term in the Navy on the USS Enterprise, I believe. Pretty sure that's where he went. What are you doing, Cabos? How dare you on my mountain? How dare you? Yeah, like I said, it was partially the reason for me being the way I am. Not the reason, but partially. Nope. Sorry, bud. Boom. And he hit me first. The little bastard. How's my armor holding up? Yeah, my armor's good. But yeah, it just led to a series of events. Because then, what was it? I had to have surgery on my collarbone to fix it because when I was in the military, they wouldn't let me. They didn't let me heal properly. Or both the United States Navy and I did not let it heal properly. I guess is the best way to put that. Because I mean, I'm not like completely not at fault there. But yeah, and then that led me to have surgery twice to put a plate on my collarbone, which sucked. It was fun for the 9 months that I had the damn thing. The plate, I mean, where I could set off metal detectors. I had to go through metal detectors all the time in the military. I worked on a nuclear submarine. They trust no one. They trust no one. So that's just how that works. And so every time I'd go through the metal detector to set the damn thing off, I'm actually kind of scared. Because this is why I saved it. It's like, this is a lot of dudes. This is a lot of dudes. 3% chance to crit. Let's go, baby. I probably should have been raged, honestly.
It must be destroyed! Carry us on to victory, sisters!
Okay, so it took a long, long time for Raven to get to die, Dinos! Oh my God. Come here, bitch.
Watch out!
Oh, shot me to the face. That's it, boys. It works. It freaking works, man. That's crazy. I don't think I can get behind him. I can't believe that. I can't believe that. Wow.
Moving to cover.
Can you believe that? Are you kidding, bro? Are you even for real? Are you even for real? Bruh. 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 The fluff is wrong with you? The Naga Elite can't see me, but neither can the other guys over there. I think I'm gonna move Traycon to right here. If I go here, the drones can flank, and that Viper Elite can flank me as well. We mind control the snake. That's why it pulled everything. I'll take it. I'll freaking take it, boys.
We are highly trained veterans, and you're just a settler with a toy blaster. We're taking the Jedi to Nar Shaddaa, and that is the end of that. I'm gonna say this nice and simple for your little calf-hurting head. Unless you want to wind up dead. Leave now.
I don't want to fight, but I can't let you take Vrook to Nar Shaddaa.
I warned you, but I'm glad you didn't listen. Attack, men.
She's glad? Why? That's so mean. So mean. So.
You doing? Throw sand in his eyes. Oh, he's going down, man. Oh, Sten! Oh, you almost beheaded him. Did you see that? Getting juicy, baby. Please don't call the cops on me. Please don't call the cops on me. I'm so very sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. I didn't mean to hurt you. I don't care. I don't care that they're... Richard.
Doubt is for the weak.
Die, heretics! Oh, that looked like that hurt. How about we do it again?
Faith.
How about we do it again, baby? God damn, son, that is ridiculous. It's not likely that anything crazy is gonna happen here. So I'll tuck in next to Joker. You know, lovey-dovey style. And then we'll see what happens. With 5 dudes still up and moving. Lancer. What is he doing? What's he doing? What's he doing? What's he doing? What's he doing?
If I die here, I'm going to kill you.
What was that? Wait. You sang?
I'm sorry, I know that was important, but you performed Gilbert and Sullivan?
I am the very model of a scientist Solarian. I've studied species Turian, Asari, and Batarian. I'm quite good at genetics as a subset of biology because I am an expert which I know as a tautology. My xenoscience studies range from urban to agrarian. I am the very model of a scientist. So
There we go. There we go. There we go. Mmm, juicy rockets. Mmm, look at that, 1.92, 201. Oh, come on, man. Come on, I gotta take this. There's no way I can't take that. There's no way I can't take that. There's no freaking way I can't take that. Come on, baby. Let's go. Let's go, boys. Triple kill.
This is what I do.
And the guy with the loot is still alive. Well, requires 2 actions, yes? Ends turn. Goodbye. Nuclear launch detected! Alrighty, boys. We have returned. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed, my dudes. Okay, so I might have to run away at any given time because my son is now awake, and I had to deal with that. That's one of the reasons it took me so long. We don't need to get into why. It's stupid toddler reasons, so no real big deal. But I just want to be FYI with you, like straight up. All right, my dudes. So we are absolutely gonna hop right back into this. So we now have so the situation as it stands is we've taken command of the ship. We are now the captain, and one of our enemies has run away with their ship, like warped away, and the other ship attacked us to prevent us from chasing it. And then one of the individuals transported down onto this planet. So I don't know if this is going to be the end or if there's going to be any after this. So this is it right here. This is it right here. I really need to find another thing. Screen really doesn't do it justice.
Any sign of Sidron?
Not that I can see.
Maybe I don't need the green screen. I could just have the desk.
High alert, everyone. The enemy could be anywhere. Follow my lead.
You could just make it smaller, where it's not in frame. You could do that. This fucking green screen cloth sucks ass.
Let's make this a short mission, all right?
That's the plan.
I'm no security officer, but I'll do my best to make sure nothing happens to you, Captain.
Did we not bring a security officer? Who's the other person? Oh, okay, we did bring the tactical officer. All right. I was like, why the hell did we not bring the tactical officer? Oh, yeah, that's right, because the tactical officer doesn't like me because I made her sad pants. This is the thing that kind of bothers me about her, is that she looks up to me so much, and every single step of the way, I've done the right thing. Hang on. All right, sorry. Because, of course, my son is doing things he shouldn't be doing. Anyway. I'm going to have to get up here in a second. More than likely, just FYI. I've been doing everything that she expects me to do that makes a good officer. And she's mad about it. Even though she looked up to me for those exact reasons. So, did she really look up for me for those exact reasons? Yeah, he's not very happy either because I chose this guy. Despite his initial skepticism when Jera confided her suspicions about Captain Solano. All right, I'll be right back. All right, boys. Sorry about that. I had to take care of my son. You know how it is. He's doing something he should be doing. I gotta go take care of it. So I eliminated him. I eliminated that. He can't do that no more. Time to kill the Xeno. No, dude, it's gonna be great. Okay, so, yeah. So despite his initial skepticism, when Jara confided her suspicions about Captain Solano, Commander Westbrook understood she was driven by a sense of duty in confronting him. In the aftermath of the confrontation, once Jara became captain, Commander Westbrook couldn't help but be struck by how humble and grounded Jara was in light of her new position. Boom. Love it. Because like it's like you see he takes, it's like the way they wrote this, he takes into account all of these things, and they're just mad that I didn't choose them. Like, come on, dude. Come on. And she's real mad because she's got all kinds, she's wearing a fucking visor and all kinds of other shit. He's really pissed. Because we had a mutiny. I think it could have been written a little bit better. Right? Because in all honesty, you should be able to have all three of them. Right? Like let me just put it like this. If this were me and I had done this, I wouldn't have asked Commander Westbrook to come talk to me. I would have gone on the bridge and I would have went to him and said, I need to see you in the ready room. And then I went to him, I need to see you in the ready room. Went to her, I need to see you in the ready room. It's fine. Everything's fine right now, right? Your stations can hold for a second. And then I would tell them all and be like, we need to do this. He has yet to submit to a bioscan. We need to submit a bioscan, right? So I understand why they're doing it for the story beats and all that other stuff, but it is one of those deals where it kind of feels like making the right choice in most of the, making what I consider the correct choice in every situation has made her mad at me. Right? And it just feels like, because like the whole reason she looked up to me was because of the type of officer that Jara is supposed to be. And I literally am playing that officer. I'm not playing her like that. And she's mad about it because I didn't like being honest with Will Riker. Like, could you imagine? Could you imagine she looking up to an officer that lied to Will Riker's face about something so goddamn important? Absolutely not. Absolutely.
Phaser should make quick work of the ice.
I just want to say they wouldn't melt like that, but sure. We'll roll with it. Yeah, you can't fire. No crouching phasers, y'all. No crouching phasers. Can't fire from the hip either. Ice. It has really been a fabulous game. I cannot recommend this game. Holy. Interesting. The rest of them felt like I hit them once. Thing.
Is this another Takan vault?
Let me know if there's any audio issues.
I don't see a way in.
Vault in the mines was already open.
There must be some way to activate it.
Un momento, por favor. I forgot the thing.
Portal, can you open it? It is a Taconian vault.
I thought you'd never ask.
Gotta love that, man. That he is actually one of the characters you can earn trust with. How crazy. Like, I wonder how all this is gonna play out. With all the
You're
like...
welcome.
Sorry about that.
Better to keep it simple. Sometimes the answer is staring you right in the face.
Thank you. Definitely easier this way.
Yeah, like I wonder how all the like trust system shit is gonna play out. Like, is Visor Girl gonna like turn against me in some pivotal moment because she doesn't like the fact that I burned her face off? It's like that other ship still warped away. Where did they go? Will this fix that ship because he has the Cartabula? Cartabula, whatever it's called. No phaser, no tricorder. I wonder. I do wonder why in this game, in so many games, so many characters slouch. Just
Spread out. Let's see what we can find, and stay on
rather
high
than
alert.
stand up straight.
We don't know where the Takan that beamed down here could.
Like, look, she's doing it now. She's actually standing up straight, like with good posture. And the science officer's just like, I'm exaggerating, but it just looks awkward. And maybe it's the backpack.
You will need my help, Commander.
How so?
Traversal here is trivial for a Takan, but only a Takan. When you come across a device you cannot use, merely call my name.
Will do. Thank you.
Absolutely, bro. Thanks. The tricorder?
Do you know what this place was used for?
It feels familiar, but I'm not certain. The Empire was vast. I did not know every corner of it, and much was built after I became a portal. However, Takan would not build such a place without something precious to protect.
Whatever that is, we have to find it before Galvin does.
Like I said, man, they did a really good job. They did a really good job.
Portal? What is that void down there?
Space, folding upon itself. A fairly simple concept.
For a Takan, perhaps?
I advise against falling in.
Okay, then. So, Death Trap. Gotcha. Don't want to trigger moving on until I've explored everything. But we're going to run down this way. It looks like a teleport pad where I click it and activate, and it...
I should look elsewhere.
Shouldn't there just be a wall there then, or a door? I mean, maybe it is something for later, but why would you not like have a door with it being locked or something? I don't know, dude. It's kind of weird.
This pattern resembles the transporter device Petty Officer Maris used to escape the Resolute. Portal 6-3?
You wish to make use of this device?
It's a transporter of some kind?
It allows Takan to move through space instantly a short distance. Very convenient. I will activate the system for you.
Where does it go?
I'm not sure. The markings here must be from after my time.
Well, only one way to find out.
Interesting. Okay. All right, fairly simple concept. Okay, so we are on the... We're going to call that forward, and we're going to call that aft. So we are on the freaking starboard side of the room. Aha! So the camera does move with you, okay. Now we're in the middle. Amidships, as it We have 2 pads. Go on this one. Where does this send me? Send us. Okay. We're gonna just brute force it? I think we're gonna brute force it. Don't tell me this is the end. Aha! Nope. We got relatively close. Got a room over there. No, it's just the wall. Well, shit. Here we are. We did it. We did it, boys. What you got there, Doc? Out of range.
Soil. Just soil. It's not from this planet, nor any planet in the Federation database.
Okay.
Why is this here?
This is soil from the homeworld. Our capital system. This isn't an arsenal. It's a temple of the ancients. Sacred ground to the Takon. I took my oath as a guardian of the Empire in a place just like this. You cannot imagine the look of pride in my parents' eyes as they said goodbye. Forever. Sorry. This is the first I've seen of anything new from the Takon Empire in a very long time. I'm sure you're familiar with the feeling. That sense of loss. I thought I was ready for it. But it cuts to the core of your being, even with your defenses up.
I'm so sorry to put you through this. I know it must be difficult.
Don't apologize. I'm glad I came. This means a great deal to me.
Awesome.
Can you use this to find out more about...
That was a neutral. Okay, fair enough.
What Galvin is after?
The information's encrypted. I can only discern that it's a warship.
A singular?
No. It's the Aphelion. Perhaps the most powerful Taconian ship ever built.
Oh boy.
I can't access the full file, but looking through the ship's schematics, it appears to be equipped with some sort of experimental, highly advanced transporter technology.
Transporter technology? For what?
Captain, you better come see this.
Uh-oh. Oh, so, yeah, okay. Fair enough. Alright, fine. On my way. Ruh-roh.
There are more up ahead.
From the looks of it, I'd say someone left in a hurry.
Probably right around the time we showed up.
Oh, my goodness. That's so many.
I've seen these before. In the other vault.
Are they the same thing?
And
The
if
biofilm?
all of those are the same as this, then there must be...
Hundreds of millions, if not billions. All that remains of the Takan civilization. A distinct person, encapsulated in crystalline form. Preserved for all eternity.
Given the size of this vault, there must have been tens of thousands of these cases, representing billions and billions of Takan.
A threat on a truly massive scale. One your Federation can't easily contend with.
Guess you were right,
What you
Akhenaten.
have to understand is, these life forms were preserved for the benefit of the Takan civilization, as a means of safeguarding the health and well-being of any Takan, should they fall prey to illness or injury. They were never intended to be used for this purpose.
There you are wrong. This was always their purpose, to restore the glory that was lost.
I wanted to shoot him, but I don't really see a reason to.
Congratulations on your first victory in battle, Captain Rydek. You killed a great many of my compatriots, some that I've known for millennia.
Oh, good. I'm not gonna lie.
Are you proud of how much death you've caused? Each Takan life is precious, irreplaceable. Centuries of knowledge and culture, lost with each one you murder.
Your friends died because of you. If you hadn't attacked us, there could have been a peaceful solution.
Yeah, the Federation would
I see
totally
the
help
kind
you,
of
dude.
results diplomacy gets in this era. You can hardly blame me for wanting a quicker result.
Right, they'd help you,
Thankfully,
like,
I don't
build
have to
android
convince
bodies
you
or
of
something.
anything. We'll all be on the same side soon enough.
And trade for some tech. That'd be fucking amazing.
You can't just
Absolutely.
bioform whoever you want. Not without a fight.
Ah, but that's just it. There won't be a fight. In fact, most won't even know what's happened. 1 minute you're standing there as you. The next you're standing here as one of us.
He's talking about mass transformation. That's what the Aphelion was built for.
Wait,
Transporter. It'll reconstitute your DNA and bioform you into a Takan in the blink of an eye. This is what they'll use as ammunition.
Oh my god. That's insane.
In a manner of speaking. Yes. Of course, that's the simple version. But the end result will be the same.
I realize you're here to gloat, and you seem pretty confident, but I'm not gonna let that happen.
It already is happening. The Aphelion is on its way here as we speak. Now it's only a matter of time.
Okay.
You can't delay that which is inevitable. Which makes your next decision fairly simple, brother. You are, after all, a portal.
I am.
Your sole purpose is to serve as a guardian of the Takan Empire. But you stand here surrounded not by your fellow Takan, but by members of the Federation. By people who deny our fundamental right to exist. You swore an oath to protect the Empire. And I can only assume that's why you're here.
There is only one true Takan here, and that's Portal. You're a scion, a disgrace to the memory of the Takan, brought back through unnatural means.
His own words.
Tolerate your presence so long as you continue to
Ooh, I hope that
amuse
works.
me. Which side are you on?
I mean, do I care? Do I care? That he doesn't like me? No.
Captain Rydak, long-range sensors suggest a massive spacecraft approaching in the distance.
The time has come.
The other ship went to go get it?
I hope we speak again, brother.
Estimated time to contact.
Murdering
6
him would
minutes
not
and
have fixed the
counting.
problem.
We can't stay here. We have to get back to the ship.
And we have to preserve these souls. We must take them back to your ship.
Those crystals are ammunition to be used against us. We have to destroy them. Bombard the site from orbit.
Absolutely
I'll decide once we're safely aboard the Resolute. For to transport.
Absolute. What did I say about genocide? What did I say? What did I say? No. No.
You have to hear me out, Captain. I lost my eyes because of you. And still, I've always stood by you. But if you bring those things on board, I'll have no choice but to resign.
If they're taken to the Aphelion, they will be forced into new bodies, brought back to life in a way they never asked for.
They're not living beings, but they're still dangerous. And if you don't make decisions to protect us, we're gonna end up like Solano. You, me, the entire crew. We're all next.
I guess she's gonna resign. That's simple.
2 minutes and counting.
Because if we take the crystals, they can't be used against us. They have to come get them. If we destroy them, we lose the ability to interface with the Takan Empire at all, right? So you could imagine how grateful the Takan might be, like Portal 6-3, for us to save his people, that he would, I don't know, share his technology with us and maybe find a way to get them new bodies, like maybe grow them new bodies or some dumb shit like that, right? You know, I'm sure there's some kind of compromise we can come up with so we can get some amazing technology, some crystal shit growing out of the ship, right? I mean, let's be real here. We're talking about the Federation of the United Federation of Planets, you know, the most technologically advanced fucking force in the entire goddamn galaxy outside of the Founders, right? And their whole thing is from the stars knowledge. Oh, what are we doing here, boys? What are we doing? This is literally like preventing a genocide without causing a genocide. That is the route I'm trying to go. Because if I kill them all, they're still technically living sentient beings. They're just in some kind of stasis, right? It doesn't matter what condition you call it, they can be brought back somehow. And so for me, that does qualify them as living sentient beings who have committed no crimes against us, right? This is not something that is really, you know, us or them. This is a situation where they're going to be used as ammunition to genocide us if we don't stop this. That doesn't mean we have to kill them, but it does mean we need to take the ammo away. And so we could take the ammo away without killing them and therefore preventing the genocide of us if we can keep it away from him for long enough. Because he still has the thing. So he could still bring back several, 100,000 Takan already. So he already has enough to completely destroy probably the Federation, if not, rule the entire galaxy kind of deal. So I'm thinking we're going to save him. Yeah. I don't know why she's so pissy, man. Yeah, she lost her eyes because of me, but she chose to do the action that caused her to lose her eyes. And she didn't lose her eyes because of me. She lost her eyes because it was what the mission required. To save like 100 sentient beings or more. Like 100 and something, right? So she sacrificed her eyes for that. And then she throws it in my face.
It's headed straight toward the vault.
If I don't genocide an entire peoples?
The Aphelion is coming into view now, Captain.
On screen.
On screen.
Where's it coming from? Is it coming out of the sun? Unbelievable. Is it emerging from the star? Wow.
Arrival at the second vault in less than a minute.
I would remind you, those life forms are Takon. Not science, Takon. They're not your enemy.
Right or wrong, history will judge you for this moment.
Exactly. Fuck history. I'm doing the right thing. Save them.
Transport the storage crystals aboard the Resolute.
Did I hear that right?
That's an order.
Like this is the thing I don't understand. These are all Starfleet officers. They should all be on board with this. They should all be on board with this. We're saving hundreds of thousands of lives and preventing them to be used as ammunition against us. And if we need to, we can still destroy them, right? That's the thing. We could blow up the ship and then they all die, just like we do. Or if the ship gets captured, we could set them. We could rig them to explode, right? We could take precautions against them getting them while still trying to save them. And not only that, you got to think about the good of the Federation. I'm literally making the greater good argument here. Which is better for the Federation? The Takon living in their things, or the Takon being destroyed in their things? Because the Takon living in their thing makes Portal 6-3 very like us for a lot, right? And then Portal 6-3 likes us a lot. Maybe the Takon will like us a lot. Maybe they'll give us some of their technology. I'm just saying. We got to think about the bigger picture here. Diplomacy is the way. Infinite diversity and infinite combinations. Let's roll. Come on now. Don't give me that bullshit. Now.
The storage crystals are on board in our cargo bay.
All right, now rig them to explode. I want explosives installed all over them so that if it looks like they're going to get captured, we can blow them up.
Thank you. I won't forget this.
You know what I mean? The guy with awesome space magic. The guy with awesome space magic owes me a solid. Eternally grateful when Jara transported the Taconian crystals from the vault to the Resolute. Eternally grateful. You know, Space Wizard owes me a solid. I call that a win. I
hope you realize what you've done.
Oh, yeah.
We don't need another captain who's gonna risk our lives just to feed their ego. This ship and this crew come first.
Lieutenant.
She has to hear it.
We need Portal on our side. I'm not going to jeopardize that when I don't have to.
So you jeopardize the rest of us.
That's your duty.
And to think, I used to look up to you.
The Aphelion is targeting us, approaching rapidly.
I should have said it's our duty. That's what I should have said.
They hit us with that bioforming ray and it's over. Maximum warp. Get us out of here.
Where, Captain?
Anywhere but here. Now!
Yeah, I'm really mad. I kind of want to redo that. But the only way I'm going to do it is if I reload the entire thing, and I don't think that's a good idea. So we're just going to keep going. Amazing Barrel greetings and salutations. I do want to play it too, get the whole story. Oh yeah. I really wish I'd said it's our duty instead of, because the portal made the most sense, right? Oh, to think I look up to you. It's like, girl, I never give a fuck about you looking up to me. I cared about doing what was right and doing our duty.
There they are!
You did what had to be done with the Tasker. I know you held out hope, but it's what she would have wanted. The Tasker can rest now. Even if I wavered in the moment, There's no way she saved herself from that ship. Itasca is free now.
If you believe, I'm sure you'll see her again.
I do. And I shall.
Captions, you gotta love it, right?
Oh, no surprises here. But your shoulders separated. If you come with me to sickbay, we can get you fixed up in no time.
Thank you.
Seems I
I'll
didn't miss
find
much
you
game wise.
afterwards.
I mean,
You two, check in at your stations. This thing isn't over yet.
did you not see the giant doomsday weapon and the fact that that girl was like, "I fucking hate you. I hate you so much." She was enraged because we saved we didn't genocide a bunch of fucking alien stasis chamber thingamajiggers. And chose to put ahead of the safety of the crew. Oh, that's why. That's why. So I should have said it's our duty. Yeah, I should have said that. God, I want to redo that. I want to redo that so bad. I don't think I can. Can I? Let's find out. I'm gonna fuck around. I'm gonna do it anyway. Nope. Looks like that's where we're at. All right, there we go. That's right. It started a new chapter. I forgot about that. Yeah, I can't skip it. All right, that's fair. Because like that's the logical thing to do, right? The crew knows the job. The job is to save the galaxy. We obviously are going to put ourselves at risk to save the galaxy. We also have the opportunity to do something that the entire Federation was founded upon, and that's protecting sentient life. We literally have billions of souls that we just saved from annihilation and to be used as a weapon of mass destruction.
You did what had to be done with the Tasker. I know you held out hope.
I'm not going to feel
but
guilty
it's
about
what
that
she
at
would
all.
have wanted.
And on top of that,
Itasca
we
can
also now
Even
have
if I
stronger
wavered
diplomatic
in the
relations
There's no way she saved herself
with
from that ship.
Portal 6-3, who is
Believe.
essentially an emissary to the Khan at this point.
I'm sure you'll see her again.
So as
I
far as
do.
I'm concerned, that is absolutely worth the risk.
Oh, no surprises here. But
100%.
your shoulders separated. If you come with me to sickbay, we can get you fixed up in no time.
Thank you. I'll find you afterwards.
You two, check in at your stations. This thing isn't over yet.
All right. What we got here?
Tell me, did any crew from the Zeldi survive?
Well, since the Lydian ships have no escape pods, I think it was just us.
I see. I thought so. I had a partner on board. After this mission, she and I were meant to... Doesn't matter. All that matters now is making the Takan pay for what they've done.
We'll stop them. I promise.
Yep. All right, anything else?
She was a good little escape pod. Not that I want another ride like that anytime soon.
You're really making us proud out there, Diaz. The lower decks don't get a lot of glory.
Well, I'm just getting started.
Nice. All right, sorry. I didn't mean to keep that way. Who else we got?
Hey, Diaz.
Yeah?
Did you see our people over there? Miranda?
Kapoor, Hauser.
We saw Miranda and Kapoor, but they're bioformed. And as far as I know, there's no way to undo it.
That means they're not our friends anymore.
If they attack us,
We'll have to stop them. No matter what it takes.
Yeah. I guess we have to be ready for that.
Oh, yeah.
I can't believe it, but I'm actually looking forward to seeing Chobok. Not that I'd expect this kind of welcome from him, but I can just imagine the look on his face.
You know what? I want to see him too. It'll be nice to get one piece of normalcy.
Normalcy.
I'm sure we can count on him for that.
Absolutely.
I can't believe it! You evaded the Takan, ejected their warp cores, and lived to talk about it!
That about sums it up.
They're gonna be teaching this at the Academy for years to come. I mean it. Everybody's gonna learn how you pulled it off.
Well, what we did, you can't just teach that.
Maybe not, but I'm sure they'll try.
Okay.
I heard about Belle. Is Miranda?
As far as we know, she's still out there.
Yeah, she was.
Well, I know Captain Rydek.
They evacuated most of them to the other ship, right?
Hold on. Rydek? What about Captain Solano?
He was turned into a Takan. Rydek had to take over. She's a hell of an officer, but none of us have been up against anything like this. No one has. Not in 500,000 years.
Yep.
We'll just have to step up and work that much harder to help Captain Rydek.
It's gonna take all of us.
Talk to you later.
It is agreeable to see you again.
Is that so?
It was by no means a certainty that you would return to duty here.
No, it was not.
But it was my sincere hope you would.
It's great to be seen, boss. There were a few moments out there off the ship where I wasn't really sure we'd be making it back either. Everything here in engineering's kind of a sight for sore eyes.
Indeed. You should know your absences left engineering terribly short-handed. During your sojourn, this department has fallen unacceptably behind schedule.
Of course.
On both regular and irregular duties.
There's been a whole lot of irregularity going around.
I am stating facts, not looking for excuses.
Seems like you could use some help around here. We're ready to go to work.
I'd like to catch my breath for at least a few minutes, Carter.
Normally, I would assign you to one of the many pressing repair tasks. But, given your experience on board the Zeldy, I have suggested you join the senior staff briefing as we determine our next course of action.
Nice.
You can commence your maintenance shift afterwards.
Fair enough. Look at the look on her face. Like, God damn it. That's weird. It's blue on my screen. It looks purple on OBS.
I tended to an Elydian earlier. Major Sarlet Arminta.
Ah, yes. I met him at the negotiations.
I never would have imagined I'd be here, on the same ship, working together with our oppressors. But now that I am, I can imagine a future where the Hotari and Elydians are no longer enemies. I'd always hoped for peace, but it seems so far away. There's still a lot of bad blood.
Peace is often fleeting. If there's a chance, you should take it.
Peace with our former enemies may be hard for some to accept, but it's what my people need.
It's coming along nicely. Thank you, Tylus. I'll take it from here.
Yeah, so what is our next step going to be? Run? Is that all we're going to do?
We're almost done.
I have to brief Ambassador Spock in a few minutes.
Ambassador Spock can wait. You have some fences to mend. Personally, I'm against the needless destruction of innocent life forms, so I'm glad you transported the Draconian crystals onto the ship. But Lieutenant Bedrosian obviously feels otherwise. And right now, you need the full support of your bridge.
All right, it's time for some ready room action.
Being an effective leader requires trust. But an issue as divisive as this can create discord.
I still need and value contrary opinions. I don't want everyone agreeing with me when they feel otherwise.
Oh, you'll know when Lieutenant Bedrosian doesn't agree with something. She's not shy about making her opinion known.
She is some fire, I'll give her
It's been
that.
a chaotic last few days for everyone. You need to name a new first officer in preparation for what's coming. You'll have to work to regain Lieutenant Bedrosian's trust. But if she's removed from consideration, it comes down to Westbrook or Ermot. Obviously, there are pros and cons with each, but ultimately, the decision is yours.
I mean, we know who I'm going to choose. We know exactly who I'm going to choose. It's going to be Westbrook, most likely. Bedrosian is a lieutenant. And yeah. Definitely. Probably Westbrook, most likely.
Commander Westbrook has seniority and was hoping to be Captain Solano's first officer.
See what I mean?
Ermot has the knowledge and experience that makes him more than qualified. You really couldn't go wrong with either of them.
At the moment, I'm leaning toward selecting Commander Westbrook as the new
really
first
bright for
officer.
some reason.
That would be an excellent choice, considering your history. The crew would respect the fact you chose someone likely to challenge your opinions and present a different point of view.
Yep.
You're as good as new.
Thank you, Dr. Duvall.
I will say, to be fair, the lieutenant was very insubordinate in the moment, and she shouldn't have done that on the bridge. However, this is just like the chain of command thing. Considering the gravity of the situation we were in, I wouldn't call it appropriate, more understandable, and probably most likely excusable due to everything going on in the moment. Right? You can definitely understand. And I mean, there was nobody else disagreeing with me, so somebody had to do it.
Always nice to have a captive audience. You really shouldn't keep Ambassador Spock waiting.
Captain.
I'll meet you inside.
Let's talk, girl.
I'm here to officially tender my resignation from the crew of the USS Resolute. I cannot in good conscience continue to serve aboard this ship, not while the interests of the enemy take precedent over the safety of the crew.
Lieutenant, we both know how much we need your help and expertise for the coming conflict. I have no one to replace you.
I understand, Captain, and I apologize, but my heart is not in it any longer, and to stay would be a disservice to us both.
My door is always open if you change your mind.
I appreciate that.
I didn't think that would be an acquiesce. I didn't think I'd
Ambassador
acquiesce.
Spock via subspace shortly.
Suddenly tendered her resignation. Okay. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Ermot.
I did not expect that.
Lieutenant Bedrosian were about to begin.
For that choice.
That won't be necessary.
Petty Officers Diaz and Edsolar have first-hand experience with our adversaries. I thought it advantageous for them to join this briefing. I understand this is unusual, but I trust you have no objections?
Talk about moving up in the world. Not that I'm surprised in the least.
Excellent idea, Mr. Chovak.
Boom.
They deserve to be here.
Exactly.
In all seriousness, what Diaz and Edsolar accomplished aboard the Zeldi is nothing short of remarkable. They're both to be
100%.
commended, not only for surviving against incredible odds, but for helping our efforts against these scions.
You know, Carter deserves most of the credit. None of us would have made it without his help. We'd all be bioformed by this point.
Well, I could say the same thing about Edsolar here. She deserves as much of the credit as I do.
It's like a mutual admiration society.
Ambassador Spock is ready for you.
Put him through.
Captain Reindeck, your recent change in station certainly warrants mention, and I trust you to faithfully execute your expanded duties. Right now, we must keep our attention on the clear and present danger that lies ahead, the Takan and their warship. The closest populations are the Hotari and Elidian systems, and they are likely the first targets for mass bioforming. After that lies Federation space. I have advised Starfleet Command to send an impromptu battle group to intercept and assist you, but that will take time. You are our first line of defense.
And with our shield algorithms compromised, we are at a great disadvantage. Of course, you know that as well as I do.
I'm glad to hear the battle group is en route, Ambassador. With what we're up against, we're gonna need all the help we can get.
And you will have it. Remember, our strength is drawn from our ability to work together towards a common goal.
Have we made any progress in finding a way to defend ourselves from the Aphelion's bioforming weapon?
Currently, our shields will not protect us, but I am compiling all of the information the away team gathered on the Zeldi and cross-referencing it against our own as well as Portal 6-3's methods.
Where
the
is
away
Portal
team is
6-3?
sitting right here. They survived without getting bioformed, so we know it's possible. So, what's the secret? How do we defend ourselves?
Don't get shot?
Is there a weakness we can exploit? Something we can do to avoid getting bioformed?
Well, as simple as it sounds, the best thing to do is to not get caught. Whether it's one-on-one or the whole ship.
We avoided the Takan as much as we could.
But we saw the bioforming, and there's not much you can do.
I found something that might help. It's too soon to say for sure, but we've had some promising indications that Duridium can delay the bioforming process.
I'm sorry, that's the drug they used for her. What did he give that to him? Proud of Carter's recognition of Edsalar and his willingness to offer practical solutions to a complex problem during the senior staff meeting. Nice.
Duridium?
Right?
It's not a cure. It's not going to bring anyone back we've already lost. But Duridium is a cell stabilizer, so it has the potential to slow down the onset of physical and mental changes, if not entirely prevent them. And we might be the only ship in the fleet with this much Duridium on hand. In fact, a lot of ships wouldn't have any.
You say that it slows the process, but this doesn't actually stop the Takan from taking over, does it?
Correct. I can't be 100% certain, but it appears this is only a short-term solution. Also, it requires a much larger dose to be effective.
I see.
We don't have enough Duridium on board to protect the whole crew. We barely have enough to protect everyone in this room.
Sounds like it won't do us much good then.
Right?
The use case I'd suggest is that it could buy a little time for an officer or a small group to complete a task or mission. But it has to be taken at the moment of exposure to the bioforming mechanism.
Prepare a delivery method for this remedy.
Interesting.
That raises the question. What is the mission?
Assuming the Aphelion uses shields of some kind, I don't expect it will be easy to bypass their defenses.
We may not be able to block the Aphelions' attack either. But if they do strike, we know their weapon uses transporter technology. We might be able to backtrack their signal path.
Like we did to evacuate Captain Rydek from Tau.
Exactly. We could send an away team onto the Aphelion.
So we could destroy it from the inside.
I'm not exactly sure how, but that's the idea.
I think Portal could still help us. If he can't get a first-hand look at the Aphelion, he might be able to identify a weakness.
After sparing the remnants of his civilization, I should hope he'd help us.
Right?
He will.
We'll need to prepare a boarding party, if it comes to that.
Petty Officers Edsalar and Diaz are the logical choices to lead any away mission to the Aphelion.
I
We have
wouldn't say
already crippled
lead.
one enemy ship. If anyone can do so again, it is them.
This isn't like the engineering mission that took you to the Zeldi. Do you really have some special insights that a tactical team wouldn't?
Doesn't the fact that we're here speak for itself?
Just surviving won't be enough this time.
We found that only a Takan can operate their technology to its fullest. So, unless we want to try to do this with one hand tied behind our backs, we're definitely gonna need an assist from this portal guy.
I like that even less.
Like it or not, that's the truth.
Yes. Portal should be part of the away team. There's no question in my mind.
If this is the necessary course of action, I support it.
I will compile all the latest data on the tricorders, just in case.
In the meantime, I want you working on ways we can combat the Takan tech. Shields, weapons, anything we can use.
Yes, Captain.
Anything else, Ambassador?
I know this matter is in capable hands. Hold the line as best you can. Help is on the way.
Thank you. I have faith in all of you to meet this moment with the urgency it requires. I expect all of us to give it everything we've got. Thank you, Petty Officers Diaz and Edslar. You're dismissed.
While we have a quorum of senior staff, there is a procedural element we need to take care of. The Resolute command codes must be transferred to Captain Rydek for control of the ship.
Of course.
Computer, transfer all command codes to Captain Jara Rydek. Voice authorization Ermot, Echo 4 Lima.
Voice authorization Duval. Beta 2 Yankee.
Voice authorization Westbrook. Alpha 7 Tango.
Awaiting your authorization, Captain.
Voice authorization, Rydek. Charlie. 5. X-ray.
Captain's codes transferred. The updated command structure is incomplete. Please designate a new first officer.
Come on.
Who is the new first officer?
Please designate a new first officer.
Come on. The computer wouldn't be asking that shit. It's gonna be Westbrook.
It is an honor and a pleasure to name Commander Westbrook as my new first officer.
Thank you, Captain. You made the right choice.
Congratulations, Commander.
Bitterly disappointed. Ugh.
It's long overdue.
I know we've had our differences, but I can't tell you how much I appreciate this.
Computer, Commander Westbrook is the new first officer of the USS Resolute.
Awaiting voice authorization.
Voice authorization Westbrook. Alpha 7 Tango.
Authorization is now complete.
Now, if you'll excuse me, there's work to be done.
Nicely done. I think that went well.
Captain, could I have a word with you?
I knew this was coming.
Give me a minute.
Look, I respect your decision, Captain. Commander Westbrook has seniority, and I can understand why you might have felt pressure to promote him. But what I can't understand is why you would choose someone so clearly unsuited for the position. It's the very reason why Captain Solano chose you over him. Because he knew Westbrook as first officer would be disastrous.
I won't argue with you about it. You very well might be right. But I had to trust my instincts, and that's what led me to Commander Westbrook.
He may have been the expected choice, but that doesn't make him the best. Maybe I've had it wrong this whole time, but I thought we've had an excellent working relationship almost from the moment you first arrived. Yes, I was insulted when you didn't trust me with the information about Captain Solano being compromised, but I've always supported you, which is certainly more than you can say about Westbrook. He was always against you, especially with regard to Captain Solano. But I guess loyalty counts for nothing with you.
Listen, I value your opinion more than just about anyone's. I rely on it. And if we're going to beat Galvin, I'll need your help now more than ever. So please, don't be discouraged.
I'll be fine. Just give me some time.
Good. I don't see what he's talking about when it comes to Westbrook being first officer. I really think that Captain Solano didn't want him to be first officer because of how much he disagreed with him. But here's my logic behind it. Not just all of the things that are going on currently, but if this were like an actual command decision, there's two basic reasons. One, he disagrees with me a lot, and two, I'm a warhawk. So I need a first officer that's gonna push back against that and not just agree with me when I go fucking nuclear on shit, right? So I need someone that's essentially Dr. McCoy from TOS, from the original series, who's gonna like put my bullshit into check when I'm being a little bit too logical and heartless, right? I need that. I absolutely need that. To write a story with all these options that need to be considered for the story to progress. I mean, it feels pretty good. Some of them feel a bit wonky, like, yeah, okay. But like all of this feels good. I despise the politics, because this is what I'm saying about having like AI help with these stories. Imagine if I could talk to these people, literally like I'm talking to you, and I could talk to them like I'm talking to you and explain myself the way I'm explaining to them. I could tell Ermont that I do value your opinion, but I need Westbrook, because you are a person who is more like me than he is. And because of that reason, I need him to be in opposition to me. Not only that, it tells the crew that I value opinions that are contrary to my own. Me and him did not like me very much. And yet now he's my first officer. I trusted him with Solano. What this shows the crew is that I am willing to work with people I disagree with, and that fucking bullshit politics means nothing to me. That's what it shows. And not only that, I need him in this position. And he has seniority. All of these are good reasons. All of them are. And it's like, yeah, so we're just gonna roll with that. And I wish that this game were like that, because it would be like being on a holodeck, being able to converse with the characters in a normal fashion. Now, obviously there have to be limits to it, but imagine you had a ChatGPT like bot that represented each one of these characters. So they had like a personality profile. They had some predetermined stuff they're supposed to say to inquiries and whatnot. But if you just engage them in conversation, they would be able to converse with you essentially. And it would be fucking amazing. It would make a game like this way more crazy. Because, I mean, it would be like being on a holodeck. Like, you remember there's a Voyager episode that was like it was supposed to be a security drill thing that Tuvok was doing, where the Maquis rebelled and tried to mutiny the ship. And Tom Paris found it and thought it was a novel somebody wrote, like just something to have fun and play with. And it was actually something that Tuvok made as a security detail run through. And the reason he never finished it is because it became evident that the Maquis were all on board with following Captain Janeway, and they were ready to get the fuck home. And they were all about it, except for a few of them, right? So the need for such a program like fell by the side. And you could interact with all the characters and all those things. It would be like that. So you would be able to replay it over and over and over again. And not only you're making different choices, right? Because there's not just choices that you have to make like in this, but you can just completely redo the entire thing. Play as a different character. And not just make different choices on who to side with, but also take different routes to get there. Right? Where there's not these just like predetermined decisions that only you can make. There's every decision along the way, along the story you get to make, not just the ones that the game tells you can make, right? That would be amazing. It'd be crazy. It'd be absolutely crazy. So what did he say to that? He didn't like that. But he did take some solace in Jara's kind words and supportive encouragement. Yeah, I mean, it's like, dude, it has nothing to do with you. It has everything to do with what's going on. And I couldn't promote her. She fucking resigned, and she's a lieutenant. I'm not gonna skip two commanders who are perfectly fine officers to promote a lieutenant when she's not like an absolute fucking superstar. Like, she would have to be like so rock solid, it would be ridiculous, right? And she's not. She's great, but she's not that. He is the absolute, not only seniority, the logical, he's the science officer. You know, like I said, I'm a war hawk. He's a bleeding heart. We need that contention, right? So there you go. Line of fire. Let's go, baby. Is the captain?
I don't understand. Giving everything she's got, but it doesn't make a difference. Something is actively slowing us down.
Keep trying. What's the situation in engineering?
I can't raise them. Internal comms are down.
It's the ionic interference. It's spiking again. If we reinitialize the central communications trunk, it should compensate.
If I may, Captain. Communications are critical to ship operations. I should go take care of this.
Go.
That would absolutely been what I would say. Absolutely, go. Take it.
I was hoping we could buy enough time until Starfleet could send more ships. And it looks like we might have to face off against the Aphelion sooner than we might want. If it's just us, I don't like our chances.
I'll consider any suggestions from my first officer.
Actually, I was asking the bridge, but whatever.
We're being pulled out of warp!
The Aphelion is closing on us, and fast.
Ruh-roh. Man, that thing is big.
We're being hailed by the Aphelion. Galvin demands to be heard.
On screen.
Where's Portal 6-3? We need him.
You thought you could run? That I would let you escape so easily after taking what's mine? How pathetic and predictable.
Computer, activate self-destruct.
At least you can take solace knowing you'll be a far braver Takan than you were as a cowardly Kobliad. Is it
Oh, my Amazon device actually activated when I said that and actually had a self-destruct joke. Holy shit. That was too good. Okay, back to the dramatic moment.
any wonder your people perished? If your every instinct is to run from a fight.
You underestimate the lengths I'm willing to go to ensure you don't succeed.
Sadly, this is as far as you'll get. We both know I hold your fate in the palm of my hand.
That's why they didn't blow us up, right?
I could crush you in an instant if I so desired. And as much as I'd like to, you have another purpose to serve. As one of us.
Ruh-roh. Is he gonna augment our shields to protect us?
Red alert! Handar, get us out of here!
They totally should have let me say red alert. It should have been red alert immediately. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Irma, what are you doing, buddy? We're just not going to do anything while they just fire at us? Can we not move?
Evasive maneuvers!
Get under their belly! Get under the belly! No, don't run away! Run under! Run under! And Deus Ex Machina? So it did hit the ship, but only part of it?
They've hit the engineering section.
No.
No
Done them all.
Systems or structural damage, though.
Oh, shit.
They were targeting the crew, not the ship.
Captain, we have to respond. Hit him in the mouth.
Fire photon torpedoes! Target the source of the beam!
The Aphelion remains undamaged by the photon torpedoes, Captain. And its shields are fully intact.
Lovely.
It's too powerful to take head on.
Damage report from the lower decks.
I still can't raise them, Captain.
Could be that the system's down.
Nope.
Well, that was the Takan bioforming ray. And there's no one left down there to respond. The Takan may already be on this ship. No way of knowing how bad it is yet.
Seal the bridge. No one gets access without my permission.
I think that's for the best.
Here are your new tricorders. Now go. Get to the transporter room.
Okay. Great moment. Let's go. Oh, shit. Go, girl. Go, go, go. Come on, really? That's the Starfleet trot? Oh, yes. There it
I don't know
is.
who's on what side, Carter. Come on!
She just took a beam to the neck. Just walked right through it. No big deal. Oh, fuck me. Fuck. Go, 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 go. Ooh, that hurt. He's a lot faster runner than I am. Whew. Why can't they both fire weapons at once? I have no idea. None. What I want to know is that why, when we're doing evasive maneuvers, we're not getting under the ship instead of flying away from it in a straight line so they could shoot at us. Got a gigantic weapon, just get under it and stay there. And so when they try to turn, just stay in that spot. And that way they have to use conventional weapons or other means to get you to stop, right?
Transporter room 1.
I'm just saying. Oh,
You're
hell
coming
yeah.
with us?
A security officer told me your funeral, which I gladly accepted.
Maybe using the same power core?
These are concentrated uridium doses.
Technically, the oh, you're talking about why can't you fire phasers and photon torpedoes? You can actually at the same time. Yes. Sorry, I thought you were talking about something else. I thought you were talking about their phasers or something. I don't know. But anyway, sorry. The photon torpedoes. Most starships, they use different power systems for both. I guess it was just a random choice to give you. It wasn't going to do anything. I know it wasn't. My answer, what I would have actually said is fire all weapons, continuous fire, blanketing fire. You know, program a torpedo load to fire fucking, what is it called? EM bursts would be another good one. That if their sensors are not, maybe like, you know, everybody else's sensors, if you flood the entire area with EM radiation in high intensity bursts, it'll blind them. It'll blind their sensors enough to where you might be able to actually use evasive maneuvers to get away, that kind of thing.
You need to take the dose as soon as you're exposed for it to be effective. Hell, take it right before if you can get the Takan to wait while you do it.
I'm having trouble locking onto the transporter path through the interference.
I've done this before. I have to align the transporter with the tetrametric signature.
Sure do.
We need to tunnel through the shields.
There it is.
We don't have enough power to make the jump. I might be able to divert power from...
Stand aside.
I was wondering where he was.
The signal is now resolved. I couldn't let you fumble about any longer. Time is running short.
Thanks for that.
No need. We must be on our way. I am Portal 6-3, Guardian of the Con Empire.
Nice to meet you, Portal.
We're right behind you.
Do us proud over there. Ready
Kick
to
the tires
transport.
and light the fires, baby. Let's go.
On your order.
Energize.
This is gonna be so awesome. Okay. All right, boys, I'm going to be right back. I got to pee, so I shall return post-haste right after these messages from our first grade. Stay tuned for right here for more Tango Hotel. Stand by to stand by to stand by. We shall return.
Can stand before the righteous.
Die, scum! Yeah.
Die, scum!
Wavelength, baby. We got that wave.
We sing of lands unknown, with ale in hand and tales to tell where legends make their home. The box ranks courts of dragons fierce and heroes gone to dust. For here within these hallowed walls we gather tales we trust. Of mountains high and valleys deep where danger always lurks. Of mystic streams and hidden beasts and wizards with their quirks. We raise our glass to those who dare and forge their own wild fate. To every soul who lifts a sword and never hesitates. Oh, sing the song of wanderers brave with all the tales untold.
Except the one guy, right? Wait, no, I rescued him. Oh my god! Oh my god, we actually rescued his ass.
Initial report. Mention of service.
I was getting mad, dude. It's like, holy shit. Tango Hotel! Tango's Hotel!
Propaganda.
Just 3 wounded. Oh my god, man. Awkward funeral? Yeah, I know, right? Awkward funeral. Hey boys, I'm still alive. What you doing? Just sit back, buddy. You'll be alright. What do you mean? Don't put me in the coffin. I don't want to go in the hole. I want to go in the hole. Wait. I didn't go back and grab the dude. Oh no, he lived, but I didn't go back and grab him. I'm such a loss. Alrighty, boys, we have returned. Yes, yes, indeed. Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this?
The glory of it. This ship is a marvel. Even to me, it's almost a shame we have to scuttle it. The galaxy has never seen a ship like this. And it won't see one ever again.
It is beautiful. I'll give you that.
Resolute, come in!
Nice.
We're losing cohesion.
I'm gonna try to use my tricorder as a pattern enhancer.
Uh-oh.
The signal's gone. Are they there? Did you get them?
Nope.
They didn't make it.
We don't have time to mourn.
Wolverine Rogue, no.
We have to get to the Cartabula and disable it.
Hopefully before the
I'm
battle.
so glad he came.
It's served
Big,
up for
big
the
dude.
Aphelions' next meal.
Like
I am saturated in Taconian power readings. I can't feel the source just yet.
Low energy tetrametric radiation. Can I move around? Formation of crystals radiating a synchronous energy pulse. Moderate levels of tetrametric radiation. Got that. I like Jara. She is pretty cool. Yes, indeed.
This way.
Also like the range of choices they give you, even though it's usually only like 1, 2, or 3 at most. It's still pretty good. They could do better at telling you what they say, though. Not a good
can't reach
captain, very
anyone.
selfish, I agree.
At least not on the lower decks. It's like they're all gone. The comm systems seem to be operational again.
That bioforming ray may have transformed dozens of crew members on the lower decks.
This ship could be swarming with resurrected Takan. It's only a matter of time before they come to their senses and take action.
True.
Which means we have a narrow window of time to cut them off before...
Captain, we're holding them off as best we can on deck 9, but...
If they spread throughout the decks, we'll never know who to trust.
Lock them
Lock
down.
down the affected areas immediately. Close the bulkheads and erect the containment fields. No one is allowed in or out without my authorization.
There could be crew members who weren't affected who could get locked inside.
That's a risk we'll have to take.
I could vent the atmosphere.
Initiating a lockdown now.
I could absolutely vent the whole goddamn thing. Would you prefer I do that instead? Yeah, it sucks.
And what happens if some of the bioformed manage to escape? How should the crew engage them? Or
Lasers
should
set
they?
to stun.
We don't want suspicion to run rampant.
We should be cautious. If a situation arises, I want phasers set to stun.
Of course. I'll let the crew know to proceed with caution.
Anybody comes out of the lower deck, stun the fuck out of them. Give them a bioscan. If they're clean,
Have we heard anything
they're
from
good.
Commander Ermot?
No. And he's been gone for quite some time.
Uh-oh.
The comm system he went to investigate. It's near the affected area. Commander Ermot. Commander Ermot, can you hear me?
Computer shutdown initiated.
According to this, it was initiated by Commander Ermot.
What?
The central computer core will shut down in 10 minutes. We'll lose all critical ship functions. Can only be overridden by the captain at the core itself.
Oh, that's bullshit. Come on.
With me.
Come on. How exactly do the transporters work? They're very good. It sounded so much like Nimoy. Yeah.
Stop! Identify yourselves!
We're just trying to figure out what's happening. Ah, to hell with it.
You have to get to the computer core! Go!
Gotta have that drama, I know, right? So transporters work on a basic principle that replicators work on,
Master Console is up there.
where they essentially turn matter into energy and then convert that energy back into matter again. So essentially, you're broken down at the molecular level, and then the energy that is coalesced from that interaction is then sent as a signal to wherever you're transporting to, and then re-coalesced into you. And if that sounds like fucking space magic, that's because it is.
I don't have much time.
Oh, we've been here before.
Captain Rydick, it's me, Commander Ermot. First Officer Westbrook insisted I find you immediately. Let me get this door open. I think I remember the code. I hope you haven't been hurt, Captain. It's not safe here. I'll get you somewhere more secure. Just about. Captain, don't do anything rash.
Computer termination sequence in progress.
Damn it!
Like, I'm not fucking around, dude. You used your own security code to shut down the computer core. What did you think I wasn't gonna fucking shoot you in the face? You're out of your fluffing mind, bro. Oh, come on. Like, hop over it, maybe? Guess stun don't work on Blue Man Group? That's probably because he's like a Takan.
Be reasonable, Captain. There's a time to fight and a time to admit defeat.
How is he already up? Yeah.
Computer termination sequence in progress. Awaiting Captain's authorization.
Cancel computer shutdown.
The ring, baby. Boom! Get it, son. Look at him, dude. He's still up.
Okay, wait. Just hear me out. Listen to reason. There's no need to do anything impulsive.
You just tried to kill me.
I was only acting on orders. I didn't mean any harm. You know we'd rather have you with us. We can make a deal, right? Come to terms.
Awaiting Captain's authorization.
Holy shit.
Awaiting Captain's authorization.
Cancel computer shutdown. Voice authorization, Rydick. Charlie. 5. X-ray.
Termination sequence cancelled.
Nice. Star Trek isn't willing to have a character just using their fingers in another one's eyes. You are absolutely correct. Now they're using regular weapons. Is that a little ship? Is that what that is? Whoa. Yeah, it's rare they get into gratuitous amounts of violence, which I kind of appreciate. They have limited violence. It's fine. Blaze, greetings and salutations, my friend. How are you, sir? How are you? Woo! Hide, boys. Yeah, you totally don't see anybody hiding behind the crystals. Yep, totally nobody there. Yep, his big fat face, totally not right behind that crystal. Nope, you didn't see shit. This game, dude. I love it. It has all the Star Trek tropes. Every single one of them. The first stealth sequence was way more stealthy. This one was perfect. Like, literally, Did they put that in an homage for the original series? Is that what just happened? Is that what did they just do that? They seriously just did that, didn't they? Violence should be only done with when it's meaningful and for the sake and not for the sake of it. I agree. I would have shot to kill. Giving stun didn't work, but I guess the cutscene stun beam better. Well, what it is that most species that are resistant to stun, they're not fully resistant to stun. They're resistant, not immune, right? So what that means is that you just continuously keep stunning them, like Klingons, for instance, can take more phaser stun, can take more heavy stun blasts than a human before they're completely knocked unconscious. Most humans will be knocked out just like that. A few Klingons will. If you hit them in the face, a heavy stun will probably knock them out. But if you hit them in like the torso, you're talking like maybe 2 or 3, right? Most Vulcans, I believe, can be knocked out with a heavy stun, especially to the face. Right? So every species has its thing, right? Kind of like that. And so maybe it's the bioforming process gives him a little bit more immunity from it at the very beginning. Now, obviously, stun works about as much as the script needs it to, because you remember when freaking Captain Solano tried to resist, I stunned him with 1 shot. So maybe it's because he's a Bolian. I never remember hearing about Bolians having resistance to stuns. I don't remember that. I would have shot. Yeah. I'm glad they did not give Jara a romance. I wouldn't have liked a romance in this. I don't think I would have either. I didn't like the one between Carter and her. Because don't get me wrong, you can have romance in Star Trek. I don't give a fuck about that. But if I'm playing an adventure game, I don't want to deal with any of that shit. I want the adventure shit. I want to be an engineer in Star Trek, and I want to fix things. I swear to God, dude, they need to make the like pressure washer games or the mechanic games, like where you disassemble ships and shit. They need to make one. They need to make one for Star Trek. Star Trek Corps of Engineer, baby. They need to make that game where it's literally you going from mission to mission and fixing shit. I am a man who likes fixing things. I like turning wrenches. This is a thing I enjoy doing. It is one of the only reasons I was able to tolerate the jobs that I had, because they all fucking sucked, with the exception of a few. And it made it more tolerable when I actually got to like tear something apart and put it back together.
These are the arteries of power coming from the cortabula at the heart of the Aphelion. I can feel it coursing through my own body.
Yeah, I certainly wouldn't mind a show. They've made actually interesting characters. It is kind of weird that they made up a new race just so they could make her have some weird fucking disease. I know it's a plot device, and that's why I don't like it. Rather than it simply being a natural occurrence in the universe, they made it a plot device for a reason, right? And because I am meta aware enough to know that, it kind of takes me out of it when it's just like, if something like that had already existed, like, I don't know, the fact that Vulcans can get addicted to trillium or whatever the fuck it is from Star Trek Enterprise, and they can literally use it as a drug, and it makes their like emotional barriers fall down. If they had done something with that, or something along those lines, something that was already established, to use it as a weakness for the character that could be used as something later as a plot device, I would have been far more okay with it, simply due to the fact that they built up those plot devices better, is basically what it is. Because it just comes out of nowhere as a normal Star Trek person. But then again, every fucking episode of Star Trek has some new gobbledygook shit that's got in it. So I shouldn't be too surprised, right?
Look there.
Chief O'Brien one is
I cannot move as freely inside this ship. Those emit.
My inspiration to be a wrench turner was Geordie LaForge. That was my inspiration. And I will say one of the reasons I liked DS9 so much was because Miles O'Brien was there. I thought it was interesting. They took the chief transporter officer and made him a literal chief engineer, even though he wasn't an officer. It's a little bit wonky kind of shit going on there. But whatever. I thought Jara's waist was on DS9, that the guy took over Bashir's body. I don't recall that. What you're talking about specifically. Maybe. But yeah, Chief O'Brien was great. I loved him on DS9. He's my kind of wrench turner. Geordi was far more like educated, obviously, because he's an officer. But he like O'Brien reminds me more of me than Geordi does, and that's simply because he's like he's written like he's working class. That's why. So he talks rougher. He's not as well articulated in the way he speaks a lot of times. Even though he's an extremely intelligent individual, he speaks normally. Whereas Geordi speaks a lot more formally, not necessarily formally, but with, less crassly, I guess is the best way to put it. It's very slight differentiation. And I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that, you know, he's enlisted, on top of the fact that, you know, he's like of Irish heritage. And so he like plays into that trope a little bit, or whatever the fuck it is, right? And he's a guy's guy, right? He's basically the Riker stand-in, where he's a guy you could go crack a beer open with and talk about sports ball. Yeah, he's that guy. I don't like sports ball, though. I did like Smiley. Oh my God, Smiley. That shit was so good. That is possibly one of the best nicknames to come out of Star Trek. Smiley. I absolutely love it. But I have not seen DS9 in years. Yeah, it's like I said, I don't remember. I think the race you're talking about was some kind of weird life transference shit. No, that was Voyager. I honestly couldn't say.
There's no why. If they were deactivated, I could travel past this chamber without setting foot in it.
Only Takan can use Takan technology. How do I turn them off?
Place these on the emitters. It will suppress their effect. The guards none the wiser.
Got it.
I'm coming too.
If we both get caught, it's over. If it's just me, you can try again after I fail.
Well then, don't screw it up.
Right on. Yeah, it's probably one of the best. Smiley, man. I love that. That was so good. Oh, it's too bad it didn't make it to the, like, our universe, though.
I can't phaser any of the guards. It'll alert every Takan in here.
Nobody up the stairs. Now, if she's standing at that thing, she'll see me when I go up, won't she? Yeah, she might. She might. I might go the O'Brien route, maybe. I don't know. Well, I mean, I enlisted in the Navy, so I didn't go the officer route, even though I could. But to be fair, in Star Trek, I would probably rather go to Starfleet Academy rather than enlist. But I didn't want to go to the Naval Academy, and it requires a lot more bullshit.
Room from there. How am I gonna get past them? Maybe the crystals.
The hard part about getting into Starfleet is getting intelligent enough to do it. As far as getting into the military school, the military academies, it's not just smart enough. There has to be
worked. Move.
Okay. Draw them to this, make this cross more safe. Okay. That, and let's be real, being an officer in our military is quite different than being in like Starfleet or something.
Go.
Okay. Oh, nice. It makes me exit the place. Okay. So the I win button. Could an unlisted person become a captain? Yes. Quite a few officers in Starfleet are actually from enlisted ranks who get like promotions because they do such a good job. Many of them seek them, kind of deal. It's entirely possible. But the reason you never see them is because you see starships that are basically very officer heavy due to the fact that they're telling a story. So it's basically a story concern. And the way they square that circle in the universe is fairly important starships like the Enterprise, the flagship, are very officer heavy because so many people want to go there. So you might as well have a lot more junior officers rather than enlisted personnel so you can train them up and send them out to the rest of the fleet, you know, because you get the Enterprise treatment kind of deal. It's kind of like that thing. DS9 actually did a pretty good job because the vast majority of Starfleet personnel on DS9 were enlisted because they were all like, you know, crewmen and stuff like that for repairs and stuff because it was a gigantic station. You only really needed a officer corps to be the main people, right? But yes, you absolutely could. So literally, Miles O'Brien could have. They probably would have given him a field commission if he'd asked for it. I imagine they would have. But the problem is that being an officer, it has a lot more responsibility than just being, like, say, in charge of engineering. So when you're in charge of engineering, you're not just the chief engineer, so, you know, all of your bullshit goes, but you also have to deal with all the personnel problems that are going on in your department, right? So you literally are the leader of all the people, which means, like, schedules, duty shifts, all that shit, it's all your responsibility. Now, normally you would delegate many of these responsibilities to other people, but especially when it's like other officers that are getting it done, yeah, it's under your purview. Where the fuck am I supposed to be going? Over there? Okay. This guy just stand here? Is that all he does? One right there. Oh, we got a guard. Is he walking away? Yeah, he's walking away. Okay. Get. I thought there would be. I didn't know I had to go that way specifically. Okay, so he patrols the room. All right, good. Shit. I'm surprised Data was never a captain. He had a lot of experience. Well, a lot of it had to do with the fact that, especially during the TNG era, he was very immature is not the correct word, but it's essentially something like that. And to be fair, he was actually given command.
Someone's here.
Nope. Totally didn't see me, bro. And in fact, he was given a field commission and promotion to captain in one of the episodes of TNG, where he needed to command a small starship that was in a picket line against a Romulan invasion of Klingon space. Very good episode. Highly recommend you watch it. All right, now I'm supposed to get to the big pulsey thing, right? So you patrol back and forth. Sutherland, yeah. Shit. I did it in the wrong order. Crap. I need to lure them both away. How long is she going to be distracted over there?
Someone's here.
Okay. Go, 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 go. Got this, boys. Hopefully they didn't see that.
One left.
Uno más! Uno más! Let's go, baby! Sad panda. I'm almost out of coffee. I remember that episode, wasn't Tasha Yar in it, or some timeline version of hers? Yes. Her, Tasha Yar. So basically, what happened is that in another episode of Star Trek called Yesterday's Enterprise, Tasha Yar came back because it altered the timeline. For, you know, a ship came through a time portal. It was the Enterprise C. It changed history. That brought Tasha Yar back to life. Then to solve all the problems, they had to send the ship back through. Which would mean its destruction. And because Tasha Yar wasn't supposed to be in the timeline at all, and she would have disappeared anyway, she got to be aboard the ship because it was going to blow up anyway. Well, she actually survives the battle, ends up being captured, and then falls in love with a Romulan who was her captor. They have a daughter, and that daughter is the person in there. Tasha Yar died trying to steal the daughter away when she was 3. So that Tasha Yar is dead. But the half Romulan, half human version of her is absolutely. And that's how they squared that circle. It was a really great way to bring her back. The actress. Where'd that guy go? Oh shit, there's another one. Where is the thingamajigger? Right here. That guy moves around too. Okay. It'll distract one of them. That's all I really need, right? Okay, it's got him. Crossboy came up with Sella. It's entirely possible. I mean, she actually... Where did he go? I think... Okay, then. That was crazy. You don't see me, boys. You don't see me. There's another one over there, isn't there? Yep. I could have used the stairs to sneak around. All right.
What?
Oh fuck. Shit. He's just standing there? Huh. I mean, I might be able to run past, but... Oh, I see. I see. Okay.
An intruder. Stop right there.
Damn it. Damn it, Bobby. If you only knew how popular TNG was going to be, she would have stayed. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. But I think she wanted more money, and you know, like Pet Cemetery and shit were offering her all kinds of stuff. So. Other productions were seeking her attention and were offering more money. So, I mean, I understand economically. She just didn't understand what kind of cultural phenomenon it was going to be. Even though Star Trek was a thing for a long time. Before that. Okay, I do need to go get him at the console so I can run back around his back. Hit that bad boy. Yep, that guy's coming now too. Now I can just walk right behind this dude. That guy's still at his console. Walk over and hit this bad boy. That brings him over here. Boom. Just like that. I am smart. I am smart. I am super, super duper smart. Do, 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 do. Or, you know, I could have just vaulted over that, you know. Whatever. Then we wouldn't have a stealth sequence, though. Now, would we? Yeah, hopefully they didn't see that. We're good.
Well done.
Fuck.
Let's get out of here.
Yeah, that scared the shit out of me. By the way, let me look at something. Okay. He doesn't hate me because I shot him. Good.
More emitters.
At least not yet.
Guess we can't teleport the rest of the way.
Was it just me and her? Where'd he go? Okay, I can't crouch. So, doesn't look like there are any guards.
That craft can take us to the main power chamber.
No way we can make that jump.
When I was younger, maybe.
Okay. Like, why are you all up in my way? That looks like we're gonna have a firefight here in a minute.
Huh. This might control that craft. Portal, a little help?
I should be able to bring it to us.
There!
Called it. Totally wouldn't have a fight coming. Yep, called it. I don't know, man. I don't know if Tasha would have stayed on if Worf would have grown into the character he was. It definitely made it... Ah, shit. Gunning them down, boys.
I've got this thing set to maximum stun. How are they getting up?
Something's different about the Takan here. Stunning isn't an option.
Get in.
There you go. Somebody hung a lantern, and now we got it. Very nice.
This would go faster if you did something about them.
Yep. What? Of course. Of course.
It's a Guardian. He's with them.
It was going to be about Picard, Riker, and Data. I mean, yeah. But you see how many episodes Worf got and the kind of character Worf grew into, right?
We have to sink that other ship. Shoot the pilot.
He got to be on DS9 and everything. Enemy pilot must be shot down. The force field protecting him. Took a lot of damage before it goes down. When the force field goes down, the pilot is vulnerable. Dude. Wow, we are gonna die. Damn. Okay. Dude, what is going on? I can't fucking see anything. There it is, finally. Well, it's like, I don't know why they expect me to shoot at the pilot when all I can see is all the dudes inside. I can't actually get, like, stuff on the pilot. I'm just like, what the fuck is going on?
Guardian! You saw what they did to our ancestors! How do you stand with them?
Yeah, we saved them.
We've left them behind. I've seen it with my own eyes. They're not real Takan. We were conquerors, not parasites. The souls I pushed your captain to spare will not be used for this end. I will see to that.
I'll tell you what these scions are. They're fanatics. They won't stop for anything.
Yes, so we must be fanatical in return if we are going to stop them.
No hesitation. This ends here.
My man, I like it. All right, if the pigs want to get in dirt, I guess we're gonna get in dirt. I'm gonna be right back. I gotta pee. Well, here I got something for you. If you don't win Portal 6-3's trust, then won't he turn against? Will he not turn against us or something?
I can, but I can't shake her.
No win scenario. Lovely.
I figured without me, you didn't stand a chance. I'm here for the ship and the crew, not for you.
Stuff it. Get to your station.
I couldn't just sit in my quarters, waiting to get turned into a Takan.
I don't care how you feel about me. Just do your job.
Fair enough.
The only reason they haven't destroyed us is because we have bioformed Takan on the ship.
Really? She didn't like that? Oh my god.
That's why they're targeting our engines.
If we lose the engines, we can't avoid the bioforming ray. Brace for impact!
Oh, that's the Titan, baby.
Here.
Oh yeah. Nice.
We're being hailed by the USS Titan.
Put them through.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Resolute. We got here as fast as we could. Looks like you've got your hands full with this monster. That flying chandelier really packs a punch.
We're damn glad to see you, Captain. We could use all the help we can get.
I told you I'd be here. So, what are we up against?
No. It's happening again.
We have to warn them. Open a channel to all Starfleet ships immediately.
Starting emergency transmission.
This is Captain Jara Rydek of the USS Resolute. The ship we're fighting is armed with a bioforming ray that can transform your entire crew instantaneously. Avoid being hit at all costs.
And remember, they have our shield algorithms, so take preemptive evasive action.
That seems like a big story point. Woo! Uh-oh.
They're gone. Just like that. We have to destroy that ship.
We do.
Otherwise, it won't be long before they're coming after us.
They could all be Takan. Or none of them. We can't assume anything yet. And we can't afford to be wrong.
I can't attack another Federation ship. I need alternatives. Full impulse power. Take us in for a closer look.
Aye, Captain.
If they're all bioformed, like they got hit straight on by the beam. I thought...
That's not a Starfleet ship. The Takan have it.
Shields at full power!
Well, I made the wrong decision. I thought the alternative...
against their attacks. But they won't for very long.
Fire photon torpedoes!
Firing.
Boom! Get it, son.
Shields at 60%. Heavy damage reported in astrometrics.
Handar, evasive maneuvers. Get us out of here!
Aye, Captain.
There it is.
Don't worry, Resolute. We've got your back.
We still outnumber them, at least. For now.
Their weapon systems are offline.
Now's our chance. Finish it. We can send Galvin a message.
Him.
Let him know exactly what he's up against. And that we're willing to fight to the very end.
Take out their engines. Fire when ready.
Targeting their engines. Commencing fire. Now.
Him. He's my first officer. Oh no! Oh,
Captain
that's
Rydick,
not good.
the Aphelion is too much for any one of us to take on alone. But collectively, we might just have a shot.
On our way. Full impulse power.
Aye, Captain.
Don't get me wrong, I wanted to destroy them. I did. I couldn't.
Target the bioforming ray. Fire photon torpedoes.
Firing photon torpedoes.
She can't get ocular implants yet. That's what, because she needs to get to a medical facility. Come on, push it in there, big boy. Did they just crash? Did they ram that?
Lost help
fucker?
control. Trying to reestablish.
Power levels are dropping all over the ship, but our engines are still running strong.
This is what happened to the Enterprise.
They're draining our energy.
We're caught in it too.
I hope the away team is having more success than we are.
Steam runner. Steam runner class.
If there is a way to disable the Aphelion, it's there. We strike at the heart. The Cartabula. I can feel the energy.
Don't get too used to it. We're gonna take that thing down.
The Enterprise wasn't. It's a reference to an episode of TNG where you meet this guy for the first time. He was the Guardian, and we went to get him. And so what they're describing is what happened when they first arrived to that planet, how their energy was just being drained. Interesting. You know, it's funny, we should be able to see them all the way over there and just be like, beep, 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 beep. We'll shoot them down. Probably a good idea.
I wouldn't do that. We have to turn off this energy field to enter. I must do it. It requires the hands of a Takan. Is it working?
It started.
Is the opening wide enough to get through? Well, is it wide enough?
No, but I can see the Cartabula.
What about now?
Ah! I still can't get in.
Stand back. I'll try again.
Enterprise D with Voyager and Defiant close second. Nice. I like the E, I'm not gonna lie. I really do. I think it's a sexy fucking shit. Oh, hey, look. I get another chance to shoot her.
Portal 6-3!
I'm not going to remind you of the oath you took. I want you to remember why you made it. Your bond to your people. You can bring your empire back, and all you have to do is nothing. Stand back, and we will handle them.
So much time doing nothing. Now, I will take action. I will exterminate these heretics.
My man!
This won't take long. I'll be back.
Give him hell, Portal.
I was made for this.
Oh, yeah.
If you can get to the Cartabula, wait for me.
We'll hold the line.
Oh, yeah. Nice. Oh, is Miranda gonna run like a bitch?
The gap isn't much wider. Can we get through?
I don't know. He sounds
We
similar.
can widen it with a containment field from the tricorder.
Sounds good to me. Let's go.
Oh!
Ooh, shit.
I don't think we can crowbar our way in.
It takes a Takan to do it.
Oh, look. Oh, that's fucked. Oh, look. A Takan. God damn.
That's far enough.
Nicely done. Shoot her again! Shoot her!
Carter, I could have killed you both, easily. But the part of me that is still Miranda won't let me. She compels me to bring you into the fold. I will make you one of us. Trust me, this is the best outcome you can hope for.
Miranda wouldn't want that.
You don't know her like I do.
So I made the wrong decision there? Is that what that's telling me? Okay. So we got a hypo. Grab the device. Oh.
Soon, you'll understand.
Come on. Now it's time. You know it. Yeah. Hypo. Go for the hypo. Go for the hypo. No, hypo.
Finally, we can be...
Oh, man, that fucking sucks.
Rejoin the flame.
Guess what? He's a Catan now. Or a Takan. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You killed her.
Ego se tu, parego petos segni.
Are you all right? Carter, I'm sorry I hesitated. I tried to keep her from getting you. If I'd just shot her sooner.
It's okay. I don't blame you.
Yeah, the one they're wearing. That's my favorite uniform.
She's really gone.
Yep.
For good. I can't believe it.
It had to end this way. She was suffering. And now it's over.
I'm pretty sure she taught me to take the hypo, so that's why she's not immediately stunning me. Oh, portal.
I held back the barbarians.
Yeah.
Not all of them. Miranda got Carter.
Have draconian blood now. You must
Dequest DSV?
go
No.
and finish this, my brother.
Well, shit.
What is this? Who are you? Tell me now!
You're talking to the guy that's in charge. Pipe down while I work.
Carter, you're kind of scaring me.
It's okay. I'm still in control.
For now. Come on, open it, dude. Open it. Let's go.
We've reached the Cartabula.
That's great. Are you all okay?
Yeah, we're inside. That's what matters.
The rest of the way team is basically dead except for big guy, right? Ooh.
Two of ours are keeping the bioform ships at bay, but they can't hold them off forever.
Getting remote telemetry from the away team tricorders. I'd recognize that anywhere. Our warp core resonant frequency is one of the readings.
They're bleeding us dry. But they're not just taking our power, they're routing it through the Cartabula.
Nice. Find the manual console. Okay. You might be right. I thought the stuff with Miranda was just, it was kind of off-putting to me, and the longer it goes on, the more I'm just like, what the fuck is going on with this? You've literally been taken over by an alien. Shut up. I bet you could save her. I bet you could. I'm sure there's a way. Like, what happens if you choose Erdmont as your first officer, right? Does that mean that the science officer is the one that gets taken over?
There. That's the Resolute's warp core resonant frequency.
And these others?
That frequency matches the Titan's warp core resonance. And these two are the Kimball and the Lowell.
They're both Steamrunner class. Same engine platform.
They're just tuned a little differently. I must be getting information from the bioforming, but this warning, it means that it's struggling with the power stacked up at close frequencies.
The Cartabula can't handle the dissonance?
Maybe.
This is Westbrook. Are you reading these Starfleet engine signatures?
We are. And you need to see this. The Steamrunner class frequencies
No,
are
she's
causing
not.
problems for the Aphilion's energy source.
She's not
sending
joining.
visuals now.
They're vulnerable. We have to use this.
You can break a wine glass if you play the right note loud enough.
Sir?
The Takan are so arrogant, they're letting us right in the front door with this energy drain. We can tune our warp core output to those frequencies. Get all our ships to do the same. Push it to maximum levels and we might be able to crack the wine glass, the Cartabula, and take their ship offline.
There is merit to the theory.
I agree.
But if we attempt this, it would preclude any other course of action.
It'll work. It has to.
Do it. We need to strike back. And we'll lead by example.
I will create a high-energy static warp shell.
We'll need the away team to guide us to the right frequency.
We read you, Resolute. You're putting a lot of faith in us, Captain.
We got you.
That's a hell of a plan. We don't want to let you down.
I've got faith in you. And the rest of this crew. Now let's give them hell.
Yes, Captain.
You have to love the fact that they didn't get the captions right.
I found an ejector team for the Cartabula.
So we can disengage it, just like we did with the Zeldy's warp cores.
Yeah, but it'll only activate if this thing gets completely overloaded.
So we gotta take it right up to the edge of destruction.
I know,
We are increasing the warp core resonant frequency now.
You can't do this. You'll destroy everything I've waited for.
If that thing wants to take over, it's going to have to go through the both of us. And I'm not going to let that happen. You hear me? I'm gonna fight it right along with you, Carter.
You can help me get the job done. That's the fight that matters most.
But it's not the only one.
Is something wrong?
No, we're fine.
Do you see
Gotta
our
love how
output
everybody has time to
frequency
get their dialogue
changing?
out.
We do.
What is the impact on the Aphelion systems?
Keep it up, Resolute. It's starting to work. The bigger they are, the harder they'll fall.
Inertial dampeners are failing.
Warp output at 85%. They're taking the bait. Now we need the rest of the fleet.
Open
a channel to anyone left on our side.
Opening a channel.
This is the Resolute. We're sending instructions to all ships to output maximum warp power at the designated frequency. We believe this will disable the Aphelion.
We don't know that. All we know is that it'll siphon off our energy much quicker. You're leading us to disaster. Are you out of your mind? That has given them exactly what they want. You can't just expect us to turn belly up.
We've found their Achilles heel. We have to use it. We'll give them everything they want. All of it. More power than they can handle.
That logic is twisted enough it just might work. We're adjusting the Titan's warp output to match the Resolute's. I suggest the rest of you do the same.
Nice. Yes. Yes.
That's it. They're falling in line.
This is the Takahashi. Adjusting our engines now.
The Cartabula, it's compensating. Counteracting our interference. But some of these other frequencies are causing spikes too. I'm gonna find a new target range for the Resolute. Try this out.
Ugh, fucking dragging the
Here.
mouse, dude.
This one's hitting the hardest. If they all converge here, it'll provide the maximum disruption to the Cartabula.
Got it. We want to overload this thing, push it to the brink, but not past it. You sure about this frequency? If we go too far, we won't just be destroying the Cartabula. We're going to take a lot more with us. I don't want to be responsible for that.
Sometimes you just gotta go on faith, Millie.
I have faith in you. That's enough.
Yes, USS Enterprise,
Sending
I believe,
data
is
to the
still
Resolute.
still a vessel. I heard it was getting decommissioned, but I don't know if that was just the nuclear reactors or if the ship
Wave team
itself
has sent
was.
us an updated target.
It's an aircraft carrier.
Sending it to engineering now.
We are now running our core at 105% of recommended capacity. If we try to meet that frequency, we will generate a harmonic imbalance of our own and risk a warp core breach.
Uh-oh.
I must warn you, these are precisely the engine conditions that Captain Solano's experiment brought about.
Oh. Fuck.
A runaway reaction is a dangerous possibility right now.
It works
we can't
or we
afford to
die.
start second-guessing ourselves. We need to stay the course.
If it doesn't work, we're dead anyway. So give me what you've got.
Consequences be damned. Aye, aye, Captain.
He liked that? For real? He was impressed by her willingness to embrace the risk no matter the consequences. Did you serve on her? No, I served on the USS West Virginia. I mean, that's fair, right? Yeah, exactly.
We got an overload here.
It's at the breaking point.
Come on.
What's happening? We got a problem. It's not gonna eject. We have to disengage the Cartabula manually. We lit this fuse. We gotta make sure it doesn't go off the wrong way. If we can pull hard enough on those levers, it'll dislodge this thing.
We gotta do it. Do or die, baby. Press what ship you want, or does the Navy not work that way? You can request, yeah. But the needs of the Navy take precedence at all times.
You'll destroy everything with
Shit. What? Did I just kill everybody? I don't know why it's giving me two W's. It's kind of weird. We did it! Yeah, make quick actions blend into the visuals, I know, right?
We have full power.
And the Aphelion is shutting down.
Returning warp reactor to nominal output levels.
The Takan are running off reserve power now.
What about the ships that they took over?
I saw what you did. The sacrifice you made.
Radiation levels are spiking.
It's coming from the Cartabula. We must have damaged it. Didn't get it out before it fractured.
Our work here is done. Let's get out of here. 3 to beam back to the Resolute.
We can't lock on. Our transporters won't cut through the interference.
Well, of course.
We can't stay here.
We're not getting away in that thing.
There. Maybe I can use this to get us out of here. I don't know if it can get us back to the Resolute, but we have to get away from here. Everybody on!
Here we go. Uniforms are TNG, DS9, and Voyager.
Radiation's lower here.
The ones from this
Still
game
too
are the
high
ones
for
from
us
like
to stay
all
on
the
the
movies
ship.
and stuff too.
This is good.
I really
we
like
can
it.
do better.
I really like it.
And soon,
Smart uniform.
We gotta get all the way to the Resolute.
That thing is down, but not out. We'll handle the stolen Federation ships, but you need to get a crippling shot on the Aphelion.
A direct hit to its bridge will bring it down.
Take us real close, Captain. Skim the hull of that thing where it can't get a clear shot at us. Or I can weave us through the battle. And hope we don't get caught in the crossfire.
I don't want to get too close to that thing.
Take us along the Aphelion's hull. Get us to the bridge as fast as you can.
Aye, Captain.
Come on, you got this. Does the Navy get dog tags? Yes.
We're almost in
We're just
position
not
for a shot
required
at
to
the
wear
bridge.
them.
Photon torpedoes armed and ready.
Break off this attack, or I will be forced to eradicate you.
The Aphelion is still filling with lethal amounts of radiation, but it seems to be contained within the ship, for now at least.
But they have comrades on that ship, both living and waiting to be reborn. We're going to die in here if I don't care. We will never submit to your Federation. We are taking our rightful place as rulers over this galaxy. We can't do that if we're dead. I won't give up.
So much for superior beings. You don't look so superior from here.
I don't have to listen to this.
I couldn't help it.
Eons to get here. Fire salvo!
Okay, maybe talking shit wasn't the smartest thing.
Now
Well,
the radiation
crap.
is rising here too.
Targeting the Resolute?
I can't let you do that.
Get on. Damn it. I can't hold on to it. I have to make manual adjustments to enhance the signal pattern.
Sort of.
Here.
What do you mean?
I'm not gonna make it out.
No way. We're all leaving together. We've been through too much to split up now. We don't leave people behind. Got it?
I don't have long to do this. I'm bioforming. It's happening, Nilly. I have to be the one to do it.
If you send them, we'll be stuck here. Give in to me, and I will save us, not them.
Stop it.
What's happening?
It's an internal struggle, and he's losing.
Not like this.
Time's up for me. If I'm gonna get you out, it's now or never.
I don't want to leave you.
You aren't.
The time is now.
That won't work. I told you. This body is mine now. No!
Look out for each other.
The away team has beamed back.
We're in position and ready to fire, Captain.
Target their bridge.
Please, we target the ship. Pummel it to space dust. Like we...
Fire.
Right in the middle of his sentence. Yes. Joker, what's up, buddy? My man.
Hey, Carter?
Right here.
Nilly.
I thought you'd want to know we made it. And that you'll always be my family. Even if I don't get to see you again. You'll never really be gone.
I couldn't have done this without you, Nilly. We made a hell of a team. Didn't we?
The best.
Finally lost. So we're not gonna see him actually die, are we? Ruh-roh. Ruh-roh.
All decks secured. We have the bioformed on board, fully contained.
The Starfleet ship gunboats under Takan control have signaled their surrender.
Excellent.
Good work, Captain Rydick. Next time I need some backup, I'll know who to call.
Hell yeah.
I trust you won't have a problem with that.
Thanks, Captain Riker. I owe you one.
Yes, you do. But who's keeping count?
Captain, we're
I love
being
it.
hailed. It's the Aphelion.
On screen.
The radiation. We won't last much longer in here. Please, we surrender. We need your help. Please, beam us aboard your ship.
I know what they've done, Captain. But we can't let them die. They're our enemies today, but who knows what they could become.
You saved the storage crystals. And there are other Takan. The bioformed on Hotari. On this very ship. We wouldn't be wiping them out if we didn't help the ones who tried to destroy us.
It's what we do.
Yes.
This is the fate they've chosen. Leave them where they are.
You can't do that.
We don't have much time.
I mean, you know what I'm going to choose.
We submit.
They bent
What else I can say?
the knee.
Please. We don't want to die.
If there's no path from the darkness, then there's no reason to ever change, is there?
This is what separates us from them. The fact that we can make a gesture of peace even after all our conflict. Set up containment fields in the docking bay and beam the Takan there. Crew of the Aphelion, shut down all systems. Lower your defenses and prepare to be transported.
Thank you.
He might not die. He might not be dead. Can women become captains in the Navy? Yes. Yes. I know there are female admirals. I don't know how many females actually captain actual ships, though. So yeah, we could have killed Carter, but we didn't. Hopefully we can find a way to
Will be
unbioform.
to help reestablish the Hotari government and resume peace talks, genuine talks, with the Illidians.
And after that?
Who knows?
Oh yeah, you did.
I know I don't want to be queen. There's so much good I could do with just a fraction of your medical technology if I could bring it to my people. But I also want to see what else is out there. Maybe there's even a place for me in Starfleet. It would be hard to stay on Hotari forever. Not with all there is to experience, to learn. My devotion to my people doesn't mean I don't want to explore all the galaxy has to offer.
When you're ready, Starfleet will be waiting for you.
See, that's what it should have said in the Join Starfleet.
Academy.
Thank you. Perhaps I can serve on one of your ships someday.
I wouldn't have it any other way.
But there are pressing matters we must attend to before any of that.
To be able to get to that post, yeah.
I can't thank you enough for all you've done. I'll see you again.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not nearly
has
as nice.
granted me the privilege of conferring this upon you. Though I'm sure Captain Solano would rather have been the one offering this. You have acted dutifully and bravely through trying circumstances. I grant you the official rank of Captain. I
And
believe
pinned by Spock.
a great many wonders lie ahead for you, Jara Rydick. There appears to be nothing that can stand in your way.
No.
Live long and prosper.
Peace and long life.
Victory. Peace. These things never come without a cost.
Oh man, I thought they were gonna do the thing. These are the voyages.
For some, it requires putting aside centuries of enmity. For others, it takes facing complicated losses.
To Carter. How do you say goodbye to someone who isn't really gone? I thought I knew how to leave the past behind, but I've learned a thing or two.
And for too many, they had to pay the ultimate price.
Man, even Portal 6-3
In
died.
time, history may forget their sacrifices, but those of us who were there never will.
That's
Now,
Earth.
all hands
At least I
on
think
with
it
the
is.
dead.
Or is that the Hotari planet? It's probably the Hotari planet. I don't think they travel all the way back to Earth. Indeed.
Captain
Man.
Solano used to say that nothing ever stays the same.
What a game. What?
Entropy. It's the nature of the universe. As such, the crew of a starship can never stay the same. But while entropy says
if I
that
had to
order
guess,
inevitably gives way to chaos, this
probably
crew has only grown stronger,
25 ends,
more
maybe the aughts.
cohesive and coherent, bound by our
TNG took
shared
place
struggles,
in 2470,
and working together, helping each other.
I think.
We're able to do more than we'd
It's
ever
either
imagined.
like it's between 2490 and 2510.
Some of our differences couldn't be resolved, but perhaps that too can change in time.
I don't know how long Riker's been in charge of the Titan, so I couldn't really tell you a precise date. I'm sure it's somewhere.
Engage.
So we lost Ermont, we lost the lieutenant. That really sucks, man. I
Space.
feel like maybe I could have played that
The
better.
final frontier. As we take our next steps into the unknown, the greatest insights that lie ahead are what we learn about each other. We might even surprise ourselves. And no matter what threats we may come upon, or mysteries we face, we will not be shaken. We are stronger together. We are steadfast in our purpose. We are resolute.
I am overcome with emotion. It just how much I like this game. It really does feel like it's been a long time since I had something that felt truly like Star Trek to me. That captured the magic. This was it. They did it. boy, did they do a damn good job. I can absolutely see another one of these being made. Literally picking up right where it left off. Like, you've got so many threads you could run through, right? With Carter being bioform. I don't think I'm assuming they would have to go with like Mass Effect did, where there's one, every decision that was made, there's a canon one, right? But I don't know if they would really do the whole Mass Effect, we're gonna make a million fucking different, lines of choices, and then every game is gonna follow past. I don't know if that's gonna be the case. I don't think they can do that. What I imagine they're gonna do, if they do make another one, is they're gonna pick a canon way it went. This was something else. The entire time, I felt like I was immersed in like a Star Trek simulation. Even though I'm literally streaming the entire time, I've got all of this other bullshit around me. It still pulled me in. It was able to completely make the entire rest of the world fall away. You can't say that about a lot of games. And to be fair, it might only be because I'm a Star Trek fan. So if you're not really as big of a fan as I am, it might not work so well. But by God, this game did it. This game absolutely did it. I wouldn't call it a masterpiece, but and oh boy, does it have its flaws. But this is something special. I have a feeling this is going to go down, as far as like Star Trek fans, as possibly one of the best Star Trek games ever made. Is there any reason why it has very positive reviews on both all reviews? 1,900. 90% of the 1,900 reviews for this game are positive. 1,900. Look at that. Gameplay over is incredibly frustrating, constantly toggling between cutscenes and gameplay, forcing your character to defend a position. Yeah. Fair enough. He just didn't like the gameplay. That's fine. Huh. So now I understand where the choices come from. All right, boys. Well, unfortunately, that's going to be the end of our stream today. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Thank you for freaking taking this ride with me. It has been an amazing journey. And I hope that one day we'll be able to take a journey like this again. This was something impressive. And I hope to God that Paramount, or whoever fucking controls the IP for Star Trek video games, lets these people ball the fuck out, because they deserve it. Warts and all, they deserve it. 100%. Guys, I have money. I want to give you my money. Give me this. Give me more of this, and I will give you money. I promise. I promise I'll give you all my money. Oh my goodness. So on that note, my friends, it has been a pleasure and an absolute honor to be with you here today. And I will see you guys next time, boys.